has come. Rumors and speculation put to rest, and the truth revealed. The biggest video game event of the year is here.
You've come to the right place!
Yes.
And only G4 takes you inside. E3 2012.
You've been waiting for it, and we've got it.
The battle for control of your living room begins today. New consoles are on the horizon. Will Xbox rule entertainment? Does Nintendo still have what it takes?
Woohoo!
Can PlayStation reclaim victory as console king? Plus, world premiere footage and breaking news as it happens.
We're here today to give you a world premiere.
Be the first to see hands-on demos of the games everyone will be talking about. Call of Duty Black Ops 2, God of War Ascension, Halo 4, Dishonored, Assassin's Creed 3, and much more. Only G4 is the official broadcaster of gaming's biggest week. The future of video games starts now.
I think it's time to get the show started proper.
To you live from the G4's studios in Los Angeles.
But first things first, we should say hello and howdy to Miss Sarah Underwood over at our Twitter wall. Hello, Sarah.
Howdy. Hey, thanks, guys. If you want to show up on our fancy Twitter wall here, just let us know what you think of E3 by tweeting with the hashtag E3 on G4. And don't do it for the thrill of seeing your tweets on television either, because later this week, we're going to be giving away game consoles every hour.
Yeah.
Yes. We will hear from you later in the show, but right now, back to Kevin and Morgan.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, E3 is finally here, and we have got an absolutely huge week of breaking news and hands-on demos ahead of us. Today, the action begins with the next chapter in the biggest franchise of this generation, Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
Oh, can't wait!
Then we shoot for loot with the highly anticipated Borderlands 2, and we're going to have the latest intel on the long-awaited return of Microsoft's legendary Master Chief in Halo 4.
Yes, after that, we're going to go live from the Ubisoft event. The blockbuster game maker will be turning heads this year with two heavy-hitting threequels. We got Assassin's Creed 3 and Far Cry 3.
Later, we head to Sony for our exclusive TV broadcast of PlayStation's E3 event, which includes a must-see hands-on demo of The Last of Us, the new mutant zombie game from the award-winning minds behind the Uncharted franchise.
Even Altair is excited for it.
Exactly.
And if that wasn't enough, we're going to close out today's 9 hours of live E3 coverage by airing Microsoft's Xbox event commercial-free. E3, listen, it's the biggest week in gaming, and we're bringing it all to you like nobody else.
So first up, we're going straight to the new hotness.
Yes, Microsoft just unveiled Xbox Smart Glass. It's a dynamic your oohs are well justified, yes. It's a dynamic second screen experience for the Xbox. It uses phones and tablets, and you must check it out.
Xbox Smart Glass transforms the devices you already own and love, your Windows and Windows phones, your iPhone and iPad, and your Android devices. With Xbox Smart Glass, movies are more immersive, TV is more engaging, music more interactive, and games are more thrilling. Let's take a look. On the flight to Los Angeles, I started watching the Sherlock Holmes movie through Xbox Video on my Windows 8 tablet. Let's imagine I've just returned home to Seattle and I want to resume the movie on my TV. With Xbox Smart Glass, I can send the movie from my tablet to my Xbox 360 with a simple touch.
There'll be one of those machines in every town in Europe, loitering in the woodshed.
And pick up right where I left off.
Again. Are we, Mikey? Good evening, Shirley.
More importantly, look what's happened to my device. Smart Glass instantly transformed my tablet, and now I'm getting rich information about the Sherlock Holmes cast, crew, and characters.
It's like IMDb. but real time.
Exactly.
It syncs. That sounds cool.
Does sound cool, but let's see how it actually affects the gaming experience.
Okay.
Giants.
Experience.
They took Nintendo's thunder and put it in a burlap sack and then beat it with a crowbar. That's what just happened.
Because we already have all of the things that they're talking about.
Right.
I was terrified at first. I was like, are they going to tell me that it only works with Windows phones? Because at that point, we're going to hear a giant wah, wah, wah from the audience.
You would have heard one guy in the crowd get excited.
I know.
That's who got a free Windows phone at another press conference. But they made sure to make everybody well aware.
Yes.
Works with all your Windows mobile devices and your Windows tablets. Of course, it works with iPhones, iPads, and Android devices. So basically, all the second screens that you have lying around your house, those can work with Microsoft Smart Glass.
Because you already have it sitting next to you when you game already. You have your phone. I always have my computer, or I have an iPad. I can check my email. I can pretend I'm working. If I'm, lost, or if I'm looking at an achievement, I can look that up. So
it's going to take 40 minutes to call a play in Madden, though, when my brother is drawing giant dragons or phallic symbols instead of just selecting his play. That will be an issue with Smart Glass. But I want to see the technology that's powering this, because that's one thing they didn't say. I mean, obviously, it's going to be an application if it's on an iOS or Android device. But is it working over Wi-Fi only? Do all devices have to be on that same network? Do you have to pair the devices? How easy will the experience be? Because that is where Nintendo has traditionally made their strides, is making technology accessible.
Well, and I do have to say that linking your Xbox to your PC was not necessarily a very easy process. It took me a long time just because I kept having to run back and forth. So hopefully it's going to be an easier experience. I'm guessing you'll probably just be on the same network and it'll kind of work like a Sonos system. Hopefully.
Hopefully, yes. Hopefully it finds the devices, makes the connection, and there you go.
I mean, we'll see how many actual games they have for it. Like, are they going to have their own app store where they can actually sell you games for your iPad with a tie-in, like how Mass Effect 3 had the tie-in where you could actually sort of up your war assets by playing on a console? I wonder how that will kind of... The possibilities are endless, is basically what I'm saying, if I just sum my sentence up into one.
No, you're right, they are, but that's the valid point. Like, will developers care? Because, if you're a developer now, maybe you're trying to make your game better with Kinect and bolt on some voice commands to it. But now you have to make it...
jam in an unnecessary multiplayer mode?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it happens as well. So maybe now they'll have to overextend themselves and put in some Smart Glass features. I mean, I'm excited for it. I like that it's not proprietary as the Wii U is, that they will be making it accessible on all these other devices. But I want to see the tech. I want to see how it works. I'm excited, though. I did not expect this from Microsoft. I don't think anybody did.
All right, guys, this is just the beginning of the E3 action because big things are ahead this year.
But that's because for the gaming industry, look, every year the stakes are big. This year, dare I say it, they're huge!
Nintendo.
Time to go.
Microsoft.
Just hold them off!
Sony.
You will not see the end of this day.
The titans of gaming have been warring for decades. But whose reign on the throne has been the longest? And who's in the best position to reclaim it?
Why this obsession?
30 years ago, the Colossus Atari was crumbling.
But the Nintendo Entertainment System rallied the masses, and gamers set aside their joysticks in favor of something greater.
Now you're playing with power.
Playing Super Mario Brothers was like, jumping into the world of a cartoon. It was on a higher plane of existence. It single-handedly revived a dead market of video games in America.
And so began the age of Nintendo, which held court as the dominant home gaming system for a decade. Until Sony entered the arena.
Break it up, folks.
In 1988, Nintendo and Sony partnered to develop a CD-ROM as part of the soon-to-be-released Super Nintendo. But bitter feuds over licensing agreements tore apart the alliance.
No! Don't go!
Instead, Sony used its technology to fashion a weapon the likes of which the gaming world had never seen. The PlayStation.
PS1 dominated the playing field when it first came onto the scene because you could print out a CD-ROM just as you finish a game and very quickly get it into market. And Nintendo always had to order these cartridges months in advance, and so Sony captured 70% of the market.
With a combined sales of over 250 million consoles, the next decade belonged to PlayStation and PlayStation 2.
You go, girl.
And this generation's PS3 should still be king.
Soon I will claim the throne for myself.
But in an unforeseen turn, Nintendo took down the Sony Goliath with the swipe of a Wiimote.
Usually video game consoles, they market to the core gamers at the beginning, then they widen out. But Nintendo went right after this different audience because it appealed to so many people who didn't normally play games, who just wanted to have fun at home with their kids or their friends.
At first, Nintendo couldn't make them fast enough. To date, more than 90 million units have been sold worldwide. But it would appear interest in the Wii is waning. And with the PlayStation 3 saddled by network problems, a third contender is making a play for the crown, the Xbox 360.
Come on, we're good to go!
Microsoft has spent years honing its console by learning from the mistakes made by its competitors. A welcoming interface, a thriving online community, and a truly unique hands-free motion controller has transformed the 360 from a gaming device into an all-inclusive entertainment center.
The things we didn't really foresee with the Xbox 360 was how important Xbox Live and services like on-demand video were going to be. And now that just seems like that's the de facto.
This E3, another war is brewing.
Heads up, Delta Team.
An army of casual gamers is on the rise. They play a majority of their games on their smartphones, and they are altering the gaming landscape as we know it.
Casual games and Facebook games and other cheap or even free forms of video games are waging an all-out assault on traditional video game publishers and retailers.
Will Microsoft's momentum win over this new breed?
You got one chance. Don't piss me off.
Does the Wii U hide a secret that will surprise the world yet again? Or can the PS3 revamp its network and realize its full multimedia potential?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
The stage is set, and the war is about to begin.
This year, and Sony and Nintendo are next. Each of them has specific things to focus on if they want to succeed. Okay, what do you think is important for Sony this year?
Well, I think Sony needs to maintain excitement for the PS3. That's their bread and butter. That's the core of their gaming experience.
And how exactly do they do that,
well, the bullet point said it best. Exclusives are the way to do it. I mean, you need to offer an experience on your console that nobody else has.
Right.
You know, God of War, Uncharted, Infamous, their first-party games, that's what keeps the core gamers playing. That's what keeps them firing up their PS3s. They let everybody else go after the casual market right now. Don't ignore them,
right.
but really focus. Let the core gamer know that you have an experience for them. That's how they can capitalize this E3.
All right, so the PS Vita launched this year to lackluster sales, unfortunately. So in order to survive, the platform needs a stronger push, though, of what? Because they had a great launch lineup.
Great launch, yeah. But that was the problem, is that they kind of spoiled, new Vita owners with amazing titles, and then they didn't have anything to follow it up.
Right.
They could have almost released half the titles at launch and then started petering them out in the weeks and months to come.
And the other thing is that I found when I was trying trying to actually buy Vita games at the store is that the stores didn't really stock them because they didn't have a big install base. So, you know, if they only...
You're talking, this is a physical place that you go to purchase things? These exist still?
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Okay, so you went there.
I went there.
Because of that.
I went to several stores, actually, and only found a total of 3 different PlayStation Vita titles. So, I mean, that was another thing that, you know, you had to know about the game and then actually go online to find it.
Yeah, shelf space is an issue.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the PlayStation Network. There's still been some hitches there. People are still reluctant to plug in their Ethernet cables or connect it to Wi-Fi and give over their credit card numbers.
I buy the little cards at the grocery store.
Yeah. So that's a hurdle that needs to be left. But meanwhile, Nintendo also has a few hurdles to leap as well. What does the house that Mario built face going into E3? What are their struggles?
I just sigh.
Why is that?
Because they have a big uphill battle. So first of all, I think people are a little confused about the Wii U, what exactly it is. It's a console. It has this controller, but it also has, you know, your standard kind of almost totally Xbox controller that they cribbed. So I think people are going to have a little trouble figuring out what it actually does.
You're talking about the Pro controller, which is for like the more core gaming experience, and then the Wii U remote, which is, or the Wii U. Is it Wii U gamepad is what they're calling it, I think. Yeah, it's got a touch screen on it. It's got dual knobs. It's got a near-field communication reader on it.
Yes, it does.
There's a whole lot of technology in there. I don't think my grandma's going to be scared by that.
Right.
Like, she literally will be frightened to open the package. So if Nintendo needs to communicate in a clear way what the capabilities are and how easy they're going to be.
And the way that they're going to do that is actually show some games and show some applications that are actually really well using it, and then people won't have to imagine anymore. People will be like, I would like to play Zelda like that. I would like to play Kid Icarus like that.
Sure.
So.
Now, what about the online side of things? I think Nintendo needs to get serious about online gaming, and yesterday they announced plans for the Miiverse. What's the Miiverse, Morgan?
We all live in the Miiverse. So,
oh, you just blew my mind,
I know,
metaphysically speaking.
So you have a Mii, and then you log on, you're gonna like see all your friends hanging out, and then you're also gonna like see all sorts of other people who are playing certain games, and they're all hanging out. I don't really care. I care about my Mii about as much as I care about my avatar. So we'll see.
Wait, so you mean you spend real-world money so you can put new hats on your Mii?
I think my point was I don't care about either one.
Got it, okay.
But I think it might appeal to some people. Some people spend a lot of time on their Mii, maybe they like it, so maybe for them.
Well, like, it's clear that they're baking online into everything that they're doing, and I think that's a smart choice for Nintendo.
Which is good, because they have made a mistake with that before. All right, guys, coming up, it's Call of Duty Black Ops 2 time.
Yes.
Join us in this video for a first look at the biggest game in the world.
Plus, we'll have the very latest from Master Chief when we bring you a live, hands-on demo of Halo 4. You stick around, pretty please, I ask. That is true, so get ready to start ignoring your friends and family once again. Black Ops 2 is here.
All right, guys, please welcome Treyarch President Mark Lamia. Welcome to our stage.
Hi, Mark.
Thank you so much for being here. We have a couple fans in the audience, I think. All right, so this is the first Call of Duty to actually jump into the future. So tell us, like, where we are and what we're fighting for.
All right. So in this level that we're going to show you here today in Los Angeles, it takes place in 2025. You're playing as David Mason, the son of Alex Mason from Black Ops that you played. You're on assignment to protect the president. In this particular situation, our villain has turned the U.S. military infrastructure on our greatest strength into our greatest weakness, basically. He's infiltrated the U.S. military infrastructure.
Bastards!
Yeah, to be clear, this looks like Los Angeles 2012 after a Lakers loss. I just want to point that out. So,
Or a win.
Or a win. Exactly. It's L.A. So what are we actually doing here in this mission?
So in this mission, you're on assignment to protect the president. You've come in this particular situation, you're in a SAM, you're taking out the drones. These are our drones, effectively, right?
Right.
They've hacked into the U.S. Military infrastructure. And I think one of the things that you're going to see with this game is a lot of new technology, a lot of variety of gameplay. Teams working a lot on giving players a lot of different kinds of experiences. So a lot of this sort of cinematic gameplay that players love, but a lot of variety, and there's going to be some choice in the campaign. We're going to be introducing story branching. The levels have been opened up in a way that players haven't had before in Call of Duty.
And these levels, this story, these aren't scenarios or missions that you guys just sort of plucked out of a hat or conjured up in thin air. You worked with Hollywood screenwriters, defense experts. You got what the, not only what the technology might be in 2025, but what the conflicts themselves might be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So starting with that, we worked with a senior fellow from the Brookings Institute. His name is Peter Singer. We went to him because he's advising world leaders on what they need to be concerned about in the next decade. So that's what we crafted our fiction around, right, for the story. But he told us he's also an expert in drone warfare and drone technology, so he actually helped us craft a lot of our technology, and he's a futurist, so he does all that. On the Hollywood side, character and story, very important to us, working with David Goyer, writer from Dark Knight. He worked with us on Black Ops. He worked with us from the beginning on this one. What we're showing you here, at the Microsoft Xbox conference, I took the sniping path. It was a different path. Yeah. This is a rappel down, and now you're protecting the president and the detail on the ground. And as you clear the route, they'll be able to move up in advance.
Nice.
So I want to know about some of the cool weapons that we're going to have. Like,
okay.
I want to know about some of this future tech, because I see that that gun is recognizable. You know what I mean? Like, that looks like a gun that we're going to see today.
So there, as you would imagine, about 13 years out, some of the weapons and technology that you'd have would be here today with us, but we would have new attachments and technology that would go along with it, right? Or they'd be futurized. And then we have entirely new pieces of technology, like the one that you're about to see here. That's a very powerful sniper rifle. Now it has it's a sniper rifle that has two very important pieces of technology on it. The first is it has an ability to see through things. Now you might be like, well, that's like totally future. Is that sci-fi? No. For those of you who flew here to E3, you sat in the TSA scanner and put your hands over your head, and it sees through everything. There are these trucks rolling through streets. They can look into buildings. They can map all this stuff out. In the future, technology gets smaller, gets more powerful. It's now an optic scope. But once you see through things, you have to be able to shoot at it, right? Right. That's great. You can see it. You have to shoot at it. Well, there's electronic charge technology, not just gunpowder, right? You've seen it in big form factor. Maybe people have seen things like the Metal Storm on the internet, 1 million rounds every 60 seconds, right? Imagine that, again, 13 years out. I want that on my sniper rifle. And that's very powerful, right? From a gameplay perspective, you have to be able to balance that out. So we have a charge mechanic. There's a trade-off from a gameplay perspective. You got to hold down that trigger longer, which of course exposes you longer. So
yeah,
there's a
you want that
balance
heavy
there.
firepower. You're not going to just completely dominate and run around and BFG everybody. So
That's right. That's right.
Now, graphically, it's not a new engine, but it looks like one. What did you guys do to beef up the graphic fidelity?
Total overhaul of the graphics engine, the lighting engine, but a lot of this is also the artists. I mean, our artists, the effects artists, the environmental animators. You're about to see an example of effects and environment art animation that's just on an epic scale. I just drove this path coming here a few seconds ago, literally. But it's a combination of both technology and art.
So it's absolutely gorgeous too. I mean, has there been much discussion as to the different gameplay modes we can expect?
Yeah, no, of course. So obviously we're going to have an epic single-player campaign. We're going to be delivering you, just a huge multiplayer game that we're going to tell you guys about later. I'd love to come on and tell you guys about it. And then, of course, zombies.
Zombies. All right, when does Black Ops 2 come out?
Black Ops 2 comes out on November 13th of 2012.
Mark, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, we're going to be chatting. We got more tomorrow, actually. It's Call of Duty Black Ops 2. You guys can go to G4TV.com/Black Ops 2 if you want to see more. And again, we're going to have a live on-stage demo tomorrow. You do not want to miss it.
And now over to Sarah at the Twitter wall.
Hey, hello. Let's shake the Twitter tree and see what falls out, shall we? Let's see, Ronald says, I am willing to trade my King's Suite ticket for tonight's game for a pass to E3. First of all, sweets, baller, you have sweet tickets, that's awesome, and no need for that, just tune in this week. Hello? Yeah. Fight on Twist says, okay, this Microsoft tablet used with Madden is pretty damn gangster, like really gangster. People do they like it, do they not? Well, Microsoft, there is a vote for you. And Perseid, okay, fellas, I've waited a whole year for this. Now give me what I live for. Give me. Calm down, we're giving it to you. All right, so thank you guys. E3 on G4 is currently the #3 trending topic in the United States. That is so rad. Keep it up by tweeting and hashtagging all day long. Now, still ahead, the legendary Ed Boon joins us live in studio for a first look at the superhero on superhero action of DC's Injustice. Plus, we dive into one of gaming's most important franchises with a hands-on demo of Halo 4 more, so don't go anywhere.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by the all-new Ford Focus ST.
Yes, everybody, we are back, and we've got a fighting game that will settle the eternal question: could Batman kick Superman's ass?
Yes!
Spoiler, Batman always wins. Sorry. Please welcome NetherRealm Studios creative director Ed Boon, everybody! How are you, sir? Always a fan of your work. That your team just is so dialed in with fighting games, and not only do you have the mechanics down, but you make them fun. You make them enjoyable. That sometimes laugh out loud, hilarious, while spines are being ripped out or people are shooting laser beams from their eyes. So let's talk Injustice: Gods Among Us. Did you make this just to stop nerds from fighting in comic book shops so they can finally say that the Flash could beat up Batman?
No, actually, our goal was really just to make the most insane, over-the-top, blockbuster superhero experience packaged in a fighting game. You know, so we wanted to make our backgrounds to be interactable and destructible. We wanted players to be able to go to a certain part of the background and pick up a car and throw it. So all these events that you see, smaller events in a fighting game, magnify it by 10, and that's what Injustice.
Yeah, not just a static arena. Now you can actually use the different environments and set pieces to your advantage, right?
Yeah, for the first time, we really want players to feel, you know, what can I do in this part of the background? How am I going to use this? And our characters are kind of broken up in classes where they have, you know, big power characters and gadget characters, and they use the environments in different ways. Mixing all that stuff up really kind of adds the big, huge twist to the fighting game.
But Ed, let me ask you this: why are we fighting? Why can't we be friends? What is happening here? I mean, is there a separate story for each character, or is everybody on the same journey together?
Everybody's on the same journey together, and there's actually, everybody always asks us, why would Superman be fighting Batman? Why would it even be a close fight?
Well, A, because it's awesome, if I can answer for you.
Exactly.
But B, why? Yeah, why?
Well, we're going to be revealing some of the details of the story over the next few months as we give more details. But there will be an explanation. Everybody will have an understanding of why do you care? Why can Superman blast somebody into outer space? And then they live to talk about it. That'll all be answered over the coming months.
Yeah, poor Harley Quinn's not going to last too long in suborbit.
No, exactly.
She's just not built for it. How many playable characters are we talking about here?
We haven't released the full roster yet, but we're going to be comparable to what Mortal Kombat was, somewhere in the 20s and stuff. And then we're also going to be expanding it as far as
I'm sure there's going to be some DLC built in where you can go on and download new characters as they come out.
Yeah, there's such a huge, array of characters in the DC universe that we really want to kind of give everybody the big full spectrum of, if you like this character, we want you to be able to play him in there.
And full spectrum is really sort of like the keywords here, because you mentioned interactive environments. We've seen the Batcave. We saw outer space. What is the spectrum of environments that people are fighting in?
You could pretty safely say all the iconic DC environments are going to be represented in there, and like I said again, each one has all these objects that you can use, but they also have multiple environments in each one. So you're going to have a whole new palette of objects to use in different ways with the different types of characters, mixing it all up with the multiple arenas.
I love hearing the oohs and ahs of people in here as entire worlds are being shattered with intense kidney punches and elbows to the back. Now listen, clearly this is the action from within a round. But it's NetherRealm. So how do we get around fatalities with our superheroes? Because you can't have. I mean, can Superman pull a spine out?
Yes. No, actually can't.
Oh, really? No. DLC?
No, I think our studio is so associated with Mortal Kombat, and we're very proud of that. But this is truly a different game. This game has its own identity. So everybody's asking us, are there going to be X-ray moves in the game? And there's not going to be X-ray moves, but we are going to be able to knock somebody into outer space. So we're going to definitely be doing that kind of equivalent feature, but within the realm of this game. So it's not Mortal Kombat, but we think we're going to love it anyway.
Oh no, absolutely. Clearly, you guys will put your touches on it creatively.
Sure.
What about the online play?
Oh, we actually have a lot of cool stuff we're going to be announcing soon, but the online's going to be
How
very...
soon? Because I got 5 minutes. If you want to just tell us some of these game modes here. Tournament-based. We have a tag thing.
We're definitely going to have a lot more like organized things, kind of like we did with Mortal Kombat, where a group of people can go in and all kind of play round robin,
Awesome, yeah.
adding even deeper features to that too. So it's going to be a great online experience.
Very cool. And when between the oohs, the ahs, and the cringes, people are chuckling as superheroes are destroying each other. When does this bad boy come out?
Right now, the time window we can give is 2013, and I think over the next
That's
few
narrow
months
enough. We'll take that. So sometime between now and post Mayan Apocalypse.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I love it. Ed, thank you so much, man.
Thanks
I'm really
a lot. Thanks
huge
for
fan of
having
your
us.
work. And boom, everybody. For more info about Injustice, go to g4tv.com/injustice. But right now, we check in with Miss Morgan Webb.
I'm very excited for that. All right, if you care at all about pop culture, then you are in luck, because G4 is going to Comic-Con. This year's event sold out in 90 minutes, but we are the only network broadcasting live from the convention floor, and we'll be breaking news and interviewing the coolest celebrities for 3 days of live coverage. Comic-Con 2012 Live starts July 12th, only on G4. All right, guys, the demo fun is not done yet. Coming up next, we have a world premiere hands-on look at Bethesda's innovative adventure game, Dishonored. And we'll also demo Master Chief's triumphant return to Halo 4. We missed you, Master Chief. Love, stick around. Welcome back. You are just in time to explore the twisted world of Dishonored. All right, guys, we are very excited right now to have a world premiere of Dishonored. I'm so excited I'm mangling my poor little card. Here now to walk us through the action are Rafael Colantonio and Harvey Smith. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, there's actually a lot of people right now seeing this game for the first time, so they don't know why I'm personally very excited about. So will you tell them a little bit about the world that we're going to be in and the story that we're going to see?
Well, in Dishonored, you play a supernatural assassin called Corvo.
Sold! Sorry, keep going.
It's part action game, part stealth game. You can either sneak your way through the entire game or murder everyone.
Which do you do?
We use a little combination.
We try to sneak and then we murder everyone.
But so theoretically, somebody could actually sneak through the entire game.
Yeah, it's possible to play the whole game without killing anyone.
Is it possible or is it easy?
It's no, it's hard, but it's possible.
It's possible. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the world that we're going to be playing in.
So this is our own version of steampunk, the world of Dishonored. It's so we play in a city called Dunwall, and it's a whaling city, you know, where like there's this different industrial revolution. It's not Earth. It's inspired by London originally, but then we added so many layers of technology and
it has
magic.
The rats, just like London.
Yeah, there's the plague.
It's like a terrible plague going on.
Okay, so we're in sort of an alternate universe London with a steampunk aura.
Here he's choking out one of the guards.
Yes, he is.
And he's using a supernatural power called Blink to move around and hide the body.
Okay, so this is awesome. So now you have a number of supernatural powers at your disposal. What kind of powers are we going to have?
So you have things like Blink, which is what we see here, which is some sort of a teleportation. You can possess animals, even human beings, and you can also do other things like stop time. So yeah.
How do you balance a game when you can stop time, when some characters can stop time? Because I'm assuming you'll level up certain abilities over other abilities.
Yeah, the powers are an economy, so. You find runes through the game and you can buy whatever powers you want. So at any point, the player, we don't know what powers the player has, right? So the player can save up a bunch of runes and halfway through the game get a very powerful ability. But it is hard, right? I mean, like, we struggle to balance games because of the stealth and the combat and the different powers.
Well, there's an economy, so it's not like you can cast those powers as much as you want. Like, you have to use them at the right time. You use that as a wild card somehow. So here he has possessed a rat to infiltrate this area without being seen.
It's just amazing because I feel like if you could possess animals to go wherever you want, doesn't that break the game?
Well,
that's the point.
Yeah, it's kind of what makes the game fun and different is that the player can play creatively, right? Creative kills. So you can walk around, find a pool of water, see a fish in it, possess the fish, swim around the building, find a little drain tunnel, swim in that way, and you feel like you found your own way into the building.
that nobody else has actually figured out before.
Right.
But you guys figured it out. So what are some creative power combinations that you guys use?
There's a lot of variety. I mean, like, to name simple examples, you can have the power to double jump, and then you can also have the power to blink forward, and so you can combine both and at the apex of your double jump, blink so that you can go really, really far. For example, to places that initially even the level designers quite did not expected. Which does provide for new gameplay, in fact, which is really cool.
But we've had people do crazy things that surprise us, like, you know, a guard pulls a gun and is about to fire it, and the player stops time. The bullet is hanging in the air with some smoke in front of the gun. He possesses the guard, walks him around in front of the bullet, and then when time resumes, the guard, you know, suicides basically. His own bullet kills him. So.
I'm totally gonna do that. Okay, so there are actually ramifications for your actions too. Not everybody has the same experience.
Right. There are different things we track. Like, of course, we track how many innocent you kill, and so based on if you really murder everyone, that commits you to a darker end game. But also, you know, there are connections between the missions. So if in one of the missions you decided to spare the life of somebody or save him, actually, then one mission later, a few missions later, actually, you will see this character again. So there are, you know, side consequences this way.
I'm very excited for this game. What do you think your inspiration was?
Inspiration in terms of gameplay?
Yeah, well, gameplay or the world or the idea. Like, what kind of inspiration did you take from other properties?
I mean, we've
Or
always
did it grow
loved.
fully formed from your mind?
No. Raph and I both worked in games about 18 years, and we absolutely love this one type of first-person action game with a little depth. You know, it's like RPG features, stealth, and so we love games like Thief, Arx Fatalis, Deus Ex, you know, the Bioshock. Those are the games that are, for us, when one of those comes out, it's like Christmas all over. So I would say from a gameplay standpoint, we drew from those things. But we also looked at 1850s American whaling cities in London.
All right, guys, gotta interrupt real quick. Release date. When are we gonna see it?
October 9th, 2012 in America, and then in the 12th of October in Europe.
All right, thank you guys so much. I'm very excited for this game.
Thank you.
Antonio and Harvey Smith, and check out g4tv.com/Dishonored for more info about the game. Now let's go over to Kevin and Sarah.
I know. Hey, Kevin.
I want to make the guard shoot himself in his face so bad. That sounds awesome.
Twitter?
Oh yeah, tweets.
Yeah,
Hey, check it out. We got him.
Twitter,
It's like a modern miracle. By the way, we're
tweets.
trending #1 in America. So thank you guys for that.
Yes.
So do you want to read a couple?
Sure. How
Go for it.
about the Hybird? Can Batman kick soup? That's like asking, can Hulk smash? Yes.
No! Batman cannot kick Superman's ass.
I know.
He cannot. Superman would just fly and grab the entire planet that Batman was on and throw it into the sun.
I'm with you here. I'm with you.
He's Superman.
He's super.
Wait, you're on my side and I'm still yelling at you.
I know,
I'm
I don't know
sorry.
why. I'm
I
with
feel
you.
like I'm winning an argument if I'm shouting.
Yell at Hybird.
How dare you?
Yell at the Hybird. Yeah. What else we got? Billy McDerp. I'm hoping 343 will stay true to the Halo formula we all know and love, but also add new features to entice a new generation of gamers.
Oh yeah, with mixed messages like that must make every developer so excited. I don't want you to change a thing, but add everything new.
Yeah.
Great, yeah, we got the perfect game for you, buddy.
Let's see, one more?
Sure, why
We have
not?
time? Okay, McPuffin88. Halo 4 is going to be the game of the year. Nothing can beat it. We're too loyal of a fan base. I think that more people are with you. Halo 4 is #1 on our tweet counter for topics. So
That's true.
You got company. If you want to join the conversation, it's easy. Just use the hashtag E3 on G4. We're #1.
Oh my God, we did it! It's a long week. Keep tweeting. Coming up, we're going to dive into the year's most anticipated games, including Halo 4, the franchise that forever changed gaming and could do so all over again.
Yep. Plus, game experts Dan Shu and Casey Lynch are here to learn us about the most important stories coming out of E3, so stick around.
I'm going to be here. Are you going to stay too?
I have to.
Because our E3 coverage has only just begun.
We've talked a bit already about the games we're looking forward to this year, but there are 5 that we cannot wait to see.
Let's see if you guys agree at home.
The doors to E3 are about to bust wide open, and we can't wait.
Here's our list of the top 5 most anticipated games at this year's E3.
Stay right where you are.
Kicking things off at number 5 is Resident Evil 6, a survival horror game so frightening it scares the competition.
Here's something to remember, you guys.
After Resident Evil 5 was blasted by critics for going overboard with co-op elements, this installment aims to get the series back on track. It even has everyone's favorite zombie slayer, Leon Kennedy.
This is Raccoon City all over again.
Number 4 is none other than Halo 4. The third installment in the franchise left off with Master Chief and Cortana stranded in space.
John! I'm here.
This one promises to pick up from there and launch a brand new trilogy. Rising to number 3 is God of War Ascension.
There was a time before Kratos became the monster known as the Ghost of Sparta.
This PS3 exclusive is a prequel to the entire God of War franchise. But don't expect Kratos to be any nicer. He's still the unstoppable killing machine we've all come to know and love. At number 2 is Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
None of this surprises me.
Yep, no surprise why this one made the list. It's the sequel to one of the top-selling games of all time. In Part 2, the action jumps from the Cold War to the near future. Prepare for plenty of high-tech explosions. And topping our list of most anticipated games we just can't wait for, Assassin's Creed 3. After a couple of mini-sequels, the series moved into a brand new era. This one takes place during the American Revolution, and we're told the gameplay has been reinvented from the ground up.
In the name of liberty, I will fight the enemy.
The battle begins at E3.
And I just got word the entire internet agreed. So yeah, that's it.
Absolutely,
Not a
everybody agrees
single
with this.
disagreeer. Hey, so what we learned this morning is that Microsoft, they're not just happy with dominating your gaming experience.
It wants to take over your entire life, starting with your living room.
Xbox, sports, NHL, full stream.
Pitch is a shot up the middle, fielded by Gordon, who sniffs on second, makes the play at first.
Xbox, Monday Night Football.
Xbox Switch. Full screen.
That's a nice job. Finally. Look at this. It's a fumble. Yes. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Amazing! Also, Microsoft announced a partnership with Nike Plus to monitor all that exercising you're doing, right? You're running in place right now, I'm sure.
Right? Okay. Whether or not you do it in front of the Kinect. Yes.
Now, Nike Plus and Kinect for Xbox 360 are bringing together two of the world's largest gaming and athletic communities to redefine personal training at home. Nike Plus Kinect Training, a program completely personalized to you, created by the world's best Nike trainers and coaches, so you and your friends can get athlete fit.
Let's go. Go right ahead.
Yes.
Yes. All right, let's increase our knowledge attribute.
Please welcome Dan Chu from GamesBeat and Casey Lynch from IGN. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. I know E3 week is crazy. But let's get the ball rolling with Microsoft Smart Glass. I mean, Smart Glass versus the Wii U. Some are saying it's like Ferrari versus a Power Wheels. But we don't know what's under the hood yet, really, for either, do we?
Well, I mean, for Microsoft, what we're talking about is a software solution. Comparing that to a proprietary tablet, I mean, it's two totally separate things. So, I mean, I don't know what you think.
Well, which approach do you think is the smarter one, Dan?
So it's tough because we haven't seen, Nintendo hasn't given us all the information yet, right?
Right.
And the thing that Nintendo does have an advantage for is that technology is going to be built in. Like every user will have access to that technology, whereas a lot of people have smartphones and iPads and so on. The Microsoft developers might look at that and say, well, this is still an extra thing we have to program for and account for. It's not necessarily 100% of the Xbox 360 audience, so will they want to support that? But that aside, I think the 360 stuff is pretty cool because it's much more flexible when you can just use your phone or use a tablet.
Sure. I mean, do you think? I mean, I worry a little bit about kids looking at that Nintendo tablet and saying, I'd actually just prefer to have an iPad. I mean, do you sort of worry about that kind of perception issue?
I mean, I think Nintendo already, I'm sure, has, and with this, again, this software-driven solution, anybody that has pretty much any device is going to be able to use it to do what this Nintendo piece of tech does. So, I mean, it's easier, I think, and it's super accessible. Especially for people who already have this kind of stuff. So.
Not that Microsoft is known for the most, accessible user interfaces in the world.
Oh, they're not quite as bad as Sony sometimes, but I mean, using your iPad to control your TV, that you can already do that with a lot of apps right now. So this is just kind of extending that, and I think it's actually a really smart solution, and it doesn't cost us anything just to try it out.
Okay, well, I want a one-word answer from each of you. Who's going to pull it off better?
Oh.
Microsoft.
Okay.
Wow. All right. There you go. Sums that one up nicely. The Wii U, it's more of a gaming peripheral, of course, where the Smart Glass, I think what they're demonstrating is, hey, this isn't just for gaming. This extends past that, and I think that's what makes it interesting. But here's Nintendo's shot at reigniting that core gamer here, the Wii U Pro controller.
AKA the Xbox controller.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a reskinned Xbox controller. Do you think Nintendo is going to cater to the core at all this E3 or in the coming years, or have they just sort of abandoned that for the more casual gamer?
I think you're trying, right? That definitely was the message last E3, that we wanted to take back the hardcore gamers. But my problem with their strategy is so far they're showing us what third-party developers and publishers are going to bring to the table. But those same guys are also making games on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. So it's not really differentiating Wii U too much at this point. Another thing that drives me nuts about that controller is now I'm going to have to relearn where my thumbs go, because the right analog stick and the face buttons are swapped compared to the 360 controller. It's going to be weird because we've been using a 360 controller for so long now.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for people who are very competitive with games like Call of Duty or even Halo. I think just having a totally separate controller is gonna take a lot of adjustment. So, and I don't know how it's going to be received.
What do you think Nintendo has to do at its press conference to really sell people on their controller and their new console?
I mean, I think Dan said it. They need to show some games that make sense with that controller, which I don't think is too much to ask. But for Nintendo, maybe. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be playing like a Nintendo first-person shooter that that really utilizes that type of controller, though. I don't know what we're going to see from third parties. But pretty much any of the bigger third-party games could conceivably use that controller very well.
I think what we saw with the Wii was, the Wii comes out, there's an initial interest, there's an initial push from first and third parties, and then third party becomes almost shovelware, that the major titles get a shoddy port or they don't exist at all on the platform. And I think that was a huge misstep for the Wii. Is Nintendo going to right that ship with the Wii U, though? That's the question.
I think that's part of their strategy now, because again, looking at last year's E3, they definitely got a lot of guys, the big players on board, like EA and Ubisoft, Activision. So I think that's really important. And I think what's also important is they have to show why now the Wii U tablet controller, the gamepad, is going to be different from what Microsoft just showed. So if you remember from last year, they showed that demo where you use like a Wii controller, like a golf club, and then you set the tablet on the floor, and it looks like the ball there sitting in the sand. Stuff like that, you're not going to be able to do on the Microsoft version with the glass stuff. So I think if they could show really cool, unique technology for the Wii U, I think then it has a chance.
But we thought golf was really fun on the Wii for about 5 minutes, and then we realized that there was no nuance to it, so it didn't really matter. So that's sort of what I worry. It's like another gimmick. But we should talk about sports, because Microsoft came out hard on sports. We can now watch ESPN Live. We were already able to watch UFC and, some of the football games. So are people going to abandon their television for the Xbox?
Please don't. Sorry.
So yeah, I mean, I've unsubscribed to your parent company, and I do all my TV watching online now. So for me, this is very exciting to be able to say, any game I have access to, I could pause it, I could switch between two games. I was already doing that with ESPN3, with the ESPN app. So it's more exciting to me now that there's more channels available.
I mean, it's just another step in the natural progression of us being able to watch all of our content on systems like the Xbox. And we're already doing so much of that type of viewing with it. I think a year from now, even, we're just going to see a crazy amount of more content that'll be on there.
Do you think, is Microsoft in the lead here? I mean, tying up the sports, in some markets, they're true IPTV where you really can watch all of cable through your Xbox. You get that, the interactivity, the second screen apps, plus Nike integration now. They want to be your fitness hub, and their vision was very clear. They spelled it out. They want you to turn on your Xbox in the morning, work out with it, talk to it, watch your TV or movies on it at night. Are they clearly in the lead here when it comes to tying in everything and being that digital media hub?
I mean, I think so, yes, but the real question is all of this stuff what this consumer wants? I mean, sure, we like to watch TV, we like to watch Netflix, NHL and NBA will be great, but I don't know if I'm going to be working out, talking to my television anytime soon.
I've tried working out on the Xbox 360. The problem is you're depending on a Kinect, right? And that technology is as awesome as it is, it's not quite there yet. When it misses 1 out of every 10 commands or it doesn't quite hear what you're trying to say, that's a frustrating experience. So I think for that alone, and it doesn't work in every living room, depending on what setup you have, that's the barrier right there.
Yeah, it's almost like they're doubling down on this magic technology, which I think end users could tell them isn't 100% all the time. That might be a misstep.
I was actually hoping that we were going to see a little maybe software or even hardware upgrade to the Kinect. So was that going to be a little bit more sensitive? I was actually a little bit surprised we didn't see that.
Yeah, hopefully that'll come. I don't know if they could do a lot of that through software, through firmware updates, but it definitely needs it because once they could get that down, I think then there'd be a much higher adoption rate.
And there actually are products online right now that will track your fingers and will enable you to do sort of these dream things with the Kinect that you can't do currently.
Yeah, I think the hacking community has come up with better uses for it than some of the game developers themselves have right now, and hopefully those trickle down. Otherwise, I'll be swiping through all my sports and...
Well, swiping. And then swiping again.
Yeah, and then yelling at my Xbox.
Yeah.
And then Netflix launches. Thanks, Microsoft. But thank you to you guys. Thanks to Dan Shu and Casey Lynch for joining us. We appreciate the discussion.
All right, coming up, guys, we have a treat for you. Halo 4 is kicking off a whole new trilogy of Halo games.
Yeah.
Kevin is getting a hands-on taste of the first chapter with 343 Industries creative director Josh Holmes.
Plus, Morgan is joined by producer Rob Hill for the world premiere demo of Tron and Sci-Fi's Defiance, which, by the way, is the first ever franchise to merge the shooter and MMO genres and gaming and television. What?
It's all coming up right after the break.
Insanity, Morgan.
I know. Defiance has something no other television show does, an integrated MMO. Joining us now for this world premiere demo is Defiance senior producer Rob Hill. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so we hear MMO, but looks like there's more guns and action than your typical MMO.
Yeah, we like to call it a massive online shooter. So essentially, it's a third-person shooter that takes place in a large world with fighting side by side with thousands of other players.
So this is actually going to tie into a TV series. What can you tell us about the plot and the characters that we're going to see?
Yeah, basically, Defiance takes place on a heavily terraformed Earth, roughly 30 years in the future. So while you'll see familiar things like the Golden Gate Bridge or the St. Louis Arch, there's a lot of alien stuff kind of mixed in there. So it's really a new world for players to explore and for people watching the TV show to really sit back and enjoy.
And how have the aliens influenced the Earth?
Well, basically they came here because their system was being destroyed and they had no place else to go. So they negotiated colonization rights and everything, but their arcs that they brought all their flora and fauna in got destroyed and caused this huge terraforming event that totally changed the world. No governments, know anything. It's a completely new place.
So there are actually game, worldwide events called Arc Falls.
Yes, which you may have just saw right there. It was a nice, bright, sunny day, and now it's been totally turned into kind of a windy, kind of a very kind of bleak place. And what these Arc Falls are essentially dynamic events. So they're these large area events that can really draw players together. So you may meet people at these events and you'll see them running around here that really aren't your friends, they're complete strangers, but it really kind of drives a social experience.
What's that?
So that is our Hellbug Hellion. He's kind of
he sounds cuddly.
Yeah, he looks cuddly too. Yeah, he's essentially the final stage of the event. These events are multi-stage, but we wanted to be able to show the finale here. And the players are working together to destroy this thing so that they can get special loot and special minerals.
So you wouldn't necessarily want to take on one of these bad boys by yourself?
No, you definitely want to have other people. And we really kind of direct the players to these things, and you can see them running around, working together, even though they could be complete strangers.
So now, the game actually is tied into a TV show, which theoretically has been written but not necessarily completely shot. I mean, how do you negotiate all of that?
We really look at it along the lines of two windows into a single world. So while the flora and the fauna look the same, the alien species are the same, the technology is the same, we will have instances where large events will happen in the game and they translate into the show. Large events can happen in the show, translate into the game. Other things like, for example, we have the lead character of the show actually starts in the game and goes on adventures with the players and then has to leave the game and shows up in the show and talks about what they've done in San Francisco. But we can do things, larger events like introducing new alien species or changing weather or all sorts of things.
Now, you should probably assure the people at home that this is not like the first MMO that you guys have done. I mean, I think people, when they hear TV show, they're probably thinking weird tie-in. They're not necessarily giving the game the respect that it deserves.
Well, it is a true, massively multiplayer game, but it's a shooter game, and we're really looking to get that market. But it's also being launched on Xbox 360, PS3, and PC. So it's the first game of its type that I know that's been launched like that.
Now, are people going to actually be able to play together, or are they going to be in their own separate worlds?
They'll be in their own separate worlds per platform.
Because the PC gamers would always win, that's the thing.
Well, don't say that to an Xbox or a PS3 player.
Take you on. Okay, so we did see a quad, so there is vehicle combat in the game.
Yeah, there is there's vehicles. You get a quad from day one that you can summon at any time. It allows you to get around really easily.
So you don't have to wait till level 40 for a mount.
No, you get it right away. And they're fun to drive. You can jump. We have some kind of time trial events. And then you can also do, we have special achievements tied to the vehicles themselves. But you mentioned vehicle combat. We have multiplayer vehicles, so you can mount with your friends or even strangers. And they are armed with weapons. You can go around the environment just tearing stuff up.
All right, well, I can't wait to tear stuff up. So the game and the TV series come out at the same time, correct?
Yep.
And when is that, sir?
That's April 2013.
April 2013. Thank you so much. Thanks to Rob Hill. For more information about the game, all you got to do is go to g4tv.com/defiance. Now, let's check in with Kevin. Hi, Kevin. What you doing?
Hey! Well, I was watching the giant bug thing get exploded real nice like. But now I'm telling you that if you think we're just having fun, you got to wait. Because we're headed to the Ubisoft E3 event next, where all will be revealed about Assassin's Creed 3. No, that's okay to get excited for. You can also get an exclusive Ubisoft check-in sticker by going to getglue.com/E3. But stick around, because I'm finally getting my hands on Halo 4. We're going to learn about the changes 343 Industries is bringing to the epic franchise right after this. But enough of this anticipation crap. It's time to suit up, Master Chief. All right, here now to give us our fix from 343 Industries creative director Josh Holmes is here, everybody. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be here.
The tweets have been coming in like mad. Everybody wants to talk Halo 4, so let's do it. And we are going to live drive some gameplay as well, which is nice. I was told the fight was finished at some point, and now people are warring yet again. What were the odds?
You know, there's been a lot that's taken place over the last 5 years.
So this is the beginning of a new trilogy, correct?
It is the beginning of a new. We call it a saga. So this is sort of the next 10 years of Halo that we're starting to lay the groundwork
Why
for.
define it as just 3? Who knows where this is going to go? Okay,
Yeah.
so this is a new saga. What's the setting?
The setting is a mysterious Forerunner planet that we call Requiem, and this is a planet that Master Chief and Cortana find themselves stranded on after their ship, the Forward Unto Dawn, crash lands.
Okay, and when, of course, the natives are friendly. They love that Master Chief is there. Cortana, they greet them with fruits and berries.
In a shooter, of course, that's exactly what's going to happen.
So there's no fighting whatsoever. It's a radical departure.
Yeah, it's all love and hugs and kisses.
So these bad guys are what, the Prometheans?
Prometheans, yeah.
What's their deal?
So this is the first time that you've seen a complete new enemy class that's been introduced in a Halo game since the beginning of the series. So this was one of the biggest new things that we wanted to bring to the table. And we've spent a lot of time working on these enemies and really crafting them as a group that works together in combination, so that as you're facing one enemy, you have a certain challenge, but as you begin to layer them on, they complement one another and really challenge the player in dynamic ways.
And I saw from some of the press conference stuff that they have, you know, you would be battling a Promethean, if you will, and then they spawn another ancillary character that provides a shield for them or provides cover or something.
So what you saw was the Promethean Knight, who's sort of the main commander on the battlefield, and he's able to spawn what we call Watchers, which are these support units. And the Watchers can do all kinds of cool things. They can shield the Promethean Knight, they can catch grenades and throw them back. You saw that in the demo. They can also resurrect the Promethean Knights. So they're kind of, you know, they're a game changer on the battlefield. You want to take them out as quickly as possible. And then in addition to that, you've got these creatures that we call crawlers. And crawlers are kind of pack-like creatures, and they're not too tough when you're dealing with the one-on-one, but when you get them in a group.
You get swarmed by 20 of them, and then a knight spawns, then you crap yourself, then
you're in
across
trouble.
the room and run.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course you do. So this is a live demo of what we saw earlier at the press conference, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Is this kind of early in-game footage?
You mean in terms of where?
In terms of story, yeah, where we're taking place. Did we just crash?
Yeah, we don't want to give away too many secrets.
I do though, so
yeah,
just go ahead and
let
me. Whatever you want to
say.
But
yeah, this is I would say not right at the beginning of the campaign experience, but it's not too far in.
So we're a little in there.
Yeah.
All right, and then you know, I look at this and I see Halo has a unique look. It has a unique feel. People have tweeted, they say, give us that tried and true Halo. And in the same tweet, they say, but give us completely new experience.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, what aspects do you define as, okay, this is hardcore, tried and true Halo. We have to have these in our game. And where do you take your liberties?
Well, I think we kind of look at what are the, you know, kind of the core pillars of the Halo experience. And one of the big ones there is sandbox and giving the player a lot of freedom and really empowering him to make choices and then pay those choices off in a really cool way. And so that's something that we've tried to bring, you know, in everything that we've done with Halo 4. And with the introduction of the new enemy class, that brings a whole bunch of new opportunities to the sandbox. You've got new weapons, you've got new abilities, and so these all become new tools that the player can employ.
Well, please learn us on these newfangled weapons and abilities.
Yeah, so you do see a couple in the demo here.
I saw them sort of form together as you pick them up, which is a really nice touch.
That's something, yeah, sort of unique to the Forerunner weapons, is that they can adapt themselves to the user. And so in that way, you know, they sort of form into a shape that Master Chief can use. So the first one, I believe that you saw that hopefully we'll see pretty soon here is something we call the light rifle. And the light rifle is an energy-based weapon that can fire either a triple shot burst or a single very powerful shot when you're scoped in. So it's a unique weapon for Halo in that regard.
Do most of the weapons have that sort of alt-fire mode when scoped or when selected, or is that
no?
that
weapon is very unique point to that weapon.
And these guys here, these are the crawlers?
These are the crawlers.
Yeah,
okay,
so they're like Pomeranians, but with attitude.
Exactly, yeah.
Adorable.
They're a little bit tougher.
On their lonesome, but then, then they pack up on you.
Yeah, exactly. And then here you have
there he is.
the Promethean Knight. Right.
Wow.
So this guy is...
He just wanted a hug. Why'd you punch him?
This guy's a tough guy to deal with. He's easily as tough or tougher than an elite. And you know, he's got great tactics to be able to avoid you on the battlefield. And then once you pair him with the Watcher that you see there, they become a really tough pair to deal with.
I love the way that one unit can obviously change the course of gameplay, but then he himself can spawn other units, which now make you rethink everything. And I'm assuming in Halo style that in the future, this encounter, you get a bunch of crawlers coming at you as well, and you're just going to be piling different enemies on top of us.
So not only can the Watcher, you saw him shield the Knight there, not only can he shield the Knight, he can also spawn crawlers into their space.
Of course he can.
He can resurrect the Knight. So yeah, I mean, it's usually something where you want to really take out you want to take out that watcher pretty quickly.
Yeah, get rid of him. Well, at least we got rid of the knight. That's nice.
Yeah, and here's the light rifle that I was talking about
What a
before.
sweet little animation, too, having the weapon form. That's classic.
Yeah.
Now, is this plucked from mythology of the books at all, or did you guys get free reign to create something unique to the universe?
So we try to keep the universe, very consistent across all of the canon. And so when we're planning Halo 4, there's a lot of seeds that we kind of planted within the novels as we sort of develop that mythos. And so the Forerunner trilogy that Greg Bear's been working on, he's been planting a lot of those seeds, knowing where we want to go with Halo 4.
Love it. And on the multiplayer side of things, I hear it's going to have that mode, which is very important.
Yes, it is important. Very important to a Halo game.
But I mean, you guys are doing something unique as well, which is releasing sort of a weekly episodic content.
Yeah, so what you saw at the beginning of the demo is the introduction of the UNSC Infinity, which is this massive starship that crash lands on the planet. The Infinity actually becomes the centerpiece for the entire multiplayer experience. So you as a player enlist on board the Infinity, you create your own Spartan, and then you can either go into war games to sort of train up, which is your traditional Halo competitive side, and then this new mode that we call Spartan Ops that allows you to then deploy in live operations and go through a series of missions. And so each week we're delivering an episode of a CG series that tells a story, and along with that, 5 missions that go live, so that over the course of a season of play, you're getting, just a ton of content.
And that's all for the low produce of bloodletting directly into our console,
It's
right?
it's actually all included in the Halo 4 package. So
That's
it's
incredible.
free to all Halo 4 players with an Xbox Live Gold account.
And and we're seeing different visor modes as well?
Yeah, this is a new ability that we call Promethean Vision that we're showing off here. And so basically what this allows Chief or the player to do is see through solid objects.
Well, he couldn't see through the soldier face. That didn't happen. Wow. When do we get to play this thing? It's madness.
Yeah, so this is coming out November 6th, 2012.
Love it, man. You guys did it, man. I mean, it's Halo, which has us excited, but it looks like you've really done some impressive stuff to it.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, appreciate the demo. Josh Holmes, everybody. For Halo 4, go to G4TV.com/Halo 4 tomorrow. We'll have even more coverage when we go in-depth on the game's multiplayer features. But for right now, we're going over to Sarah.
Yes. Hi, Twitter. Let's see what we have here. Bray117 Halo 4 will be amazing. I think 343 has done a fantastic job, and are staying true to Halo. Heck yes, it looks exciting. Can I get a heck yes from this audience? Yes, participation. Let's see here. The Other Wizard, I'm so ready to take on Halo 4. Can you guys put me in a cryo tube until release day? You're so impatient. I don't have a cryo tube. Do you, Morgan? Kevin? No one have one? Oh, you have one? Okay, call Kevin. He's got a cryo tube for you. And McNux, these games are unbelievable. I'm ready to smack some money at a dealer's face right now to reserve these games. Well, guess what? You don't have to. For that tweet, you've just won a 1-year membership to Gamefly.com. Yes, congratulations. It's the best way to rent and buy games. Again, congratulations. Now, to make sure we see your tweets, tag them E3 on G4. Coming up, we'll sit down with former Call of Duty mastermind Robert Bowling and Wired editor Chris Kohler to analyze all this E3 madness. Plus, Borderlands 2 is on the horizon. Whether you're an assassin or a siren, you won't want to miss it.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Gamefly, the best way to rent and buy games.
Yes, folks. In these crazy Twilight days, it's hard to remember that vampires, they're supposed to be badasses.
They are.
It's easy to forget, and there's one franchise that does not have this problem.
The Belmont clan is back in action for Castlevania Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate.
My father came to this castle many years ago when I was but a child. He came to destroy the evil that lives here. He never returned.
I have carried this small piece of mirror since I was a boy. It is said it comes from a magical mirror, capable of showing your past and true fate.
You have seen it, Marie. The mirror has shown you Gabriel's fate. You must protect the child from his father. Trevor and his lineage will be the only ones capable of facing him in the future. Your son's survival is the only hope for humanity.
If I have not returned by dawn, take the boy and leave this place far behind. Take to the forest. Do not look for me.
Come back to us, my love.
That's the battle cross my father carried. Who are you?
This I promise. You shall not stand alone against him.
You fight well. Worthy of the name Belmont.
We're joined now by two guys who know a little bit about gaming, I'm told.
Please welcome Robotoki President Robert Bowling and Wired editor Chris Fuller.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for having us. Yeah. So obviously, big announcements over the last few, some would say days, but I would say hours.
Yeah.
We got the Wii U, of course, and Nintendo clarified a little bit more about their Magic Console. Microsoft surprised a lot of people, even their own developers, with the smart glass technology. So where does that leave Sony? What do they need to do?
Well, I mean, I think Microsoft definitely upped the game in terms of accessibility, and I think that's where Sony needs to go, is to make, they have the Vita, they have that second screen already, but they need to make it as accessible as Microsoft did by everyone has a smartphone, everyone has a tablet. It's a lot more accessible to take advantage of the technology that they're introducing. Sony needs to follow.
Sony, on paper, should be able to follow this with something even bigger, right? Because Sony, unlike Microsoft, makes phones. Sony makes tablets. Sony produces all of these devices. But, I mean, is Sony really going to do this? Is Sony finally going to overcome the sort of, problems that they have corporate-wise where everybody is sort of siloed and doing their own thing? Sure. Sony isn't doing something like smart glass, I don't think. And, I mean, they do have PlayStation Vita. PlayStation Vita could become...
That's a very expensive second screen.
Yeah, and it doesn't come with the system like the Wii U tablet comes with every Wii U. Nintendo knows that every Wii U owner is going to have this tablet controller, and so they can design every single Wii U game around that controller, right? Microsoft, they can pretty much figure everybody's going to have a tablet or a phone or whatever, but it's like, am I going to always want to get my phone out, get my tablet out when I'm playing Halo 4 so I can look at the schematics of a weapon on Halo Waypoint? Sure. Maybe, if the content is compelling enough, but with the Wii U, Nintendo really has it. It's always in the palm of your hand. They're going to make you do it.
Plus, from the development side, it's all one set of code for Microsoft Glass. You're not designing for the Vita and then designing for the PS3. You're just designing, and that can be accessible on Android, on iOS, on whatever platform you want. It's not restricted.
But you do have a different asset list, though. If you're designing, let's say, if I'm creating that second screen entertainment for an iPhone versus an iPad versus Android is so forked that there's 4 million different versions of that software, you do have to wonder, are developers going to want to sit down and take the time to create separate assets for all of those different iterations?
Yeah, and you should be, because if you're just repurposing, if you're not supplementing the experience, then why even do it? You need to be creating all new stuff. But the benefit is you're only doing it for one platform. Right. You're not doing an Android one, an iOS one. You don't have to worry about that overhead and resources.
When we actually first saw this whole idea with Sony, with the Vita, with transferring, do you think that they're going to come out with something at all at their press conference? Or is there anything that you think that they can actually do with the Vita that's going to change our minds?
If they do, I hope it's not called transferring. Certainly.
What do you mean? I thought that was a
sounds
fantastic...
so futuristic and exciting.
Too many R's, but that's fine.
Yeah, it makes Wii U sound like smart glass. Yes, I think that Sony absolutely should do, interoperability play between Vita and PS3, if only because, as the platform maker, it is their responsibility to continue to attempt to drive innovation and do interesting things, whether or not it makes any sense at first. Like, just get some software out there and see if it works. That's what's given us a lot of things that we now really take for granted in our video games.
Yeah, and that's what will save the Vita, because right now, that's what it needs is software. That's the only thing preventing me from using and wanting to develop for the Vita more is just that software.
Well, yeah, obviously sales are lagging on the Vita side of things. It needs a shot in the arm. But is billing it as a second screen, is that the approach? Is that the best way to stoke sales, is by telling people, hey, go get this thing because it works really well with this other thing that you need to have?
No. It's one of many things they need to do.
Right. Yeah, and really billing it as a second screen, that's only helping the PlayStation 3. Correct. And it's only helping Sony essentially come up parallel to Microsoft and Nintendo as far as doing this sort of weird new home dual screen gaming idea that's just starting to coalesce right now.
I mean, I definitely think at the press conference we're going to learn about, the exclusives that we already know about. I mean, do you anticipate them kind of having more exclusives or trying to push that forward?
I'm waiting for something groundbreaking. I'm waiting for something I don't expect.
I think that screens have already leaked of possibly Quantic Dream's new game, the guys who made Heavy Rain, that Sony may be showing that at its press conference. I loved Heavy Rain. I mean, I thought it was really boundary pushing, incredibly innovative. Can't wait to see what these guys do next. Nintendo, they haven't announced any games, I believe, for the Wii U yet. You know, they just shown tech demos, so they've got to have a big raft full of software.
We got flash frames of generic zombie with a thyroid issue.
I love British
frames.
soldiers and police officers zombie game.
Yeah, we got that.
Cannot wait for that game.
Sign me up.
Want it so bad.
You know, Microsoft made a big point to say, hey, listen, Internet Explorer now on the Xbox. You're going to be able to browse the web finally on a set-top box. Wii U even said you'll be able to push content that way. Sony has dabbled with being that entertainment hub. They have a web browser. They've had access to those things. Are they still in this race to be that all-in-one media hub? Or are they still trying to make up ground on being the gaming hub?
If I was them, I'd be looking to PlayStation 4 at this point.
Really?
As far as really designing PlayStation 4 from the ground up, or whatever it ends up being called, to fully integrate that social experience into game software and things like that, the way that Nintendo is doing with the Wii U. Microsoft has been really aggressive as far as, like, you know, updating the Xbox 360 in terms of what it can do. Sony, I think the PlayStation 3 was always just meant to be a kind of a standard video game system, and Sony got kind of caught off guard by Microsoft coming in and saying, no, it's your entertainment hub. And doing it in a way that made sense and actually got people using their 360 as, you know, their everything.
Do you think the PS4 should have the cross-media bar?
No.
No, let's cross that one off the PS4's list.
It was so bizarre how dedicated they became to the cross-media bar that it showed up everywhere, and everyone's like, but we hated it before.
Right.
So
but
why,
maybe if
why
we put
is
it on more
now?
devices, you'll suddenly love it.
No.
It doesn't work that way.
And nobody likes what Microsoft has done with the latest, you know, dashboard for the Xbox 360. But you know, they're trying things, and eventually people are going to figure this out. And it's this sort of resistance from the part of gamers, because these game systems, especially the Xbox 360, are no longer just video game systems. Look how much time they spent on music and sports and movies at the Microsoft press conference. Right. Gamers need to realize that the Xbox is not just for them anymore, so they can't complain as much when they turn it on and it doesn't preload their game automatically.
Well, you just have to make profiles. I mean, that's such an easily solved problem. I don't understand why they haven't done it so that I can set mine to a gamer profile so that when I log on, I can see my friends list and that kind of thing.
But then you'd be ignoring the Zune marketplace. They want to sell you some movies.
They're
so
not going
they
to.
have to have those ads there. But let's, because we do care about the games, let's talk about them. What game has impressed you guys the most?
For me, I mean, a big one that they showed at the conference was Splinter Cell Blacklist. I mean, that visually looked amazing. And what they're doing with the gameplay, which seems to be a theme this year of just always staying moving, that motion always moving forward, is like really compelling and fun.
And you pointed out as well before we went live, lots of chin stabbing.
A lot of chin stabbing.
Which is a new must for all games. You have to be able to stab somebody in the chin.
Did I miss the memo that everybody has to do the up thrust into the chin move?
I think one person did it, and then everybody else was like, oh, that was pretty cool.
That's pretty sweet. We need to, guys, get that in our game now.
Bump that up the feature list.
Give Mario a knife.
Shooting is over. Shooting is old and busted, and stabbing people in the face is the new hotness.
All right, so and the game that you choose as most impressive so far,
I thought,
can you stab faces?
I mean, so far E3, South Park, the Stick of Truth, the role-playing game. I mean, that's looking really, really good. It's looking like a lot of fun. It looks like I'm playing an episode of South Park. The graphics looking identical to an episode of South Park. Mr. Slave is going to be in this game, and he is going to shove something into his unmentionable parts, and I think that's great.
They made it look just like the actual game. I mean, actually,
they made the game look like the show.
Yes. If you start talking, I'll stop talking. Yeah, they made the game look actually just like the show, which, you know, instead of trying to kind of make it into a different experience.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be. I think, however, after that last trailer, I might be changing my answer to Castlevania: Lords of Shadow. Game.
Oh my God! Cell shaded, some VO, and a whip. Yeah.
Burning effects. To let you know that everything is crumbling.
That's the big surprise. Everybody's getting Castlevania. All right, Robert Bowling, Chris Kohler, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Up next, you guys can choose a class and customize a gun.
Gearbox CEO Randy Pitchford joins us live for a world premiere look at Borderlands 2 right after this.
And we are back because this E3 coverage just will not stop.
Right now, let us remember our gaming past. There are many moments in video game history that have completely redefined the industry, but here are 5 of the most important.
From Space Invaders to Connect, the video game industry has had its seminal moments over the years. Here's our look at the very biggest game-changing moments. Kicking off the list at number 5 is the launch of the Game Boy. When it was released back in 1989, handheld gaming wasn't the juggernaut that it is now. But Nintendo made a bold prediction. In the future, players would be willing to spend money on a portable gaming system.
The Game Boy changed the way people viewed entertainment. Obviously, since then, handheld gaming has not gone away, so it was a pretty big deal for gaming in general.
Speaking of Nintendo, the number 4 game changer is the rise of casual gaming. Casual games have been around for decades, but they didn't explode in popularity until the successful launch of the Nintendo Wii. To date, the system has sold almost 100 million units worldwide.
The Nintendo Wii was the first home console to appeal to the casual market from the get-go.
At number 3, we have the switch from two-dimensional to 3D graphics.
The introduction of 3D polygon-based video games was what completely revolutionized gaming. They were the first steps towards something that would actually give us true-to-life graphics.
Second place on our list is the launch of the NES. Back in the early 80s, the console industry was in a crisis, and manufacturers were losing money. But in October of 1985, Nintendo turned it all around with the launch of the NES.
The Nintendo Entertainment System single-handedly revived the dead video game industry in America.
And now it's time to reveal the number 1 game changer of all time, the birth of online gaming.
Once you finally get a chance to play like a high-speed, competitive game the way it's meant to be played, it's pretty mind-blowing.
From MMOs like EverQuest to the launch of Xbox Live, online gaming changed the expectations for every title ever since.
Online gaming has just completely changed the way that we experience games at this point.
The industry keeps evolving, and who knows when the next game changer will emerge. Maybe at this year's E3.
Okay, so all that is in the past, but could there be something this year that is equally game-changing for the future?
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of potential issues that are developing. Digital distribution, for instance.
Yes.
I mean, I think that one's definitely going to keep growing. We're going to see more and more of that.
It's been promised for a while, but it's nice that it's finally here. I would like to see day-and-date releases. I mean, we see it on the PC side of things through EA's Origin or, of course, Valve's Steam platform, where you can just go, press a button, and, oh, it magically is delivered to your PC. I want to see that day and date on the console side of things.
Well, you know, we've been hearing all those rumors about Microsoft's console is actually not going to have a disk drive in the next generation. I personally don't believe that. It seems like it's $4 to put a disk drive in a system, and you know, there's a lot of people who, unfortunately, maybe have satellite, you know, don't have that fast internet connection. But I would love to buy a game. I don't need the wrapping. I don't need the packaging.
Right. No, there was someone told me the other day, people still use their phone lines to connect to the internet. And it blew my mind. But I think we forget that, you know, the broadband proliferation isn't quite what we want it to be. We like to believe that everybody has super high-speed connectivity at all times and it's going to deliver this amazing experience. It's still not quite there, but we're taking steps, obviously.
I was just mad there wasn't Fios at my house.
I know. I want it everywhere.
Does that mean I'm spoiled a little bit?
A little bit, but for the right reasons.
Okay.
And I think another growing trend that we'll see is an increase of convergence between console and mobile gaming. Obviously, as a second screen experience, that's clearly there. But even earlier in the show, you mentioned with Mass Effect, you could download the companion iPhone game, play it there, and that would help you unlock achievements or help you earn things on the console side.
You know, I could actually live without, for the rest of my life, people asking me the story, like, is casual gaming killing core gaming?
Right.
Like, they both are going to exist, and I think we're finally going to have the final answer to that, which is they can just love each other and both be there, and everybody can be happy.
There's even times where a hardcore gamer might want a casual experience. It's okay, and as this is happening, where you're seeing cell phone versions of games released or tablet versions of game release, it gives the core gamer a chance to enjoy that version of the experience as well.
Yeah, so lastly, the day may be coming may be coming when Sony and Nintendo finally release games on mobile devices. Because
That aren't their own. That aren't their own.
That are not their own, because I think there's no reason Mario shouldn't be on the iPhone or on Android or on the iPad. I really feel like they're leaving so much money on the table, and they're probably thinking like, oh well, Mario is exclusively on the console, and
Certainly.
if we put it on a phone, then why would somebody buy the console? They kind of have a point.
They do. I mean, could you imagine I don't disagree that that everybody would like to see that, and there's clearly money to be made there. But could you imagine what the PS Vita or the 3DS sales numbers would be if Uncharted was on the iPhone, or if the latest Mario game was playable on your Android tablet? I mean, they would be hemorrhaging like mad. They wouldn't survive in the hardware business. They need those exclusives, or else they're not making that hardware.
I don't think handhelds are going to survive in the console market.
I don't disagree. I think
right.
we're saying the same thing.
We
We're
are.
just trying to explain why not everybody's on board the same choo-choo train that we are. All right, should we check in with Sarah?
All right.
She's standing there. Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, don't forget about me.
Never.
I have tweets. They're right here.
Please, tweet us.
Let's read them. Writer1 Matt, thank you E3 on G4. I am a grown man, yet you reduced me to 10 years old with your E3 coverage. Or your E3 coverage rocks, so yay. Well, not yay that you're acting like a baby, but glad you like it. Lazy Native 24, gone home sick just so I could watch you guys. I would rather watch E3 on G4 than celebrate my birthday and Christmas. You probably shouldn't tweet if you called in sick to watch this, but that's your prerogative. And Abers, this is like the best Monday ever. Thanks to E3 on G4 for all the new sick games. You know what? All you lucky Twitterers, do you like Skylanders? Because you're gonna love this exclusive silver Spyro figure right here. Yep, everyone on the Twitter wall is getting one of only 2,000 limited edition Art Deco Spyro statues from Skylanders Spyro's Adventure. These were made exclusively for E3 2012, so you are extremely lucky. Congrats. And don't forget, remember to include E3 on G4 in your tweets all week long. Now, coming up, Kevin and Morgan get an exclusive look at the new weapons and quest figures of Borderlands 2 with Gearbox's Randy Pitchford. It's gonna be great.
I have personally been waiting for this moment all show long. We are back, and it's time to go to Pandora.
The Pandora without the blue cat people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your world premiere pleasure, please welcome Gearbox President and CEO Randy Pitchford. Howdy, sir. Thank you. Oh my God, Borderlands 2. Not only did you have one of the best trailers to ever be released in the history of gaming.
Fantastic.
I mean, Yeah, all over.
I will pass that along to the guys. Mikey was pretty much in charge of that, and we had a lot of fun
Hey,
making
Mikey.
it.
Good job, buddy. You get the employee parking space for the month. Like, I'm a huge fan of the first game. It meant so much to me personally. I enjoyed everything about it. Borderlands 2. I mean, how can you tweak something that people love so much?
You know, it's risky, right? Because, well, when we started Borderlands, everybody thought we were crazy, and we were definitely an underdog going into it, but clearly something worked. You know, we didn't start with the largest marketing budget, we didn't start with the largest campaign, but everyone showed up, and it became one of the biggest sellers of the year. So to follow it, of course, you don't want to mess with the formula too much, but we wanted to bring a lot more.
Did you identify that something that worked? Do you think you guys narrowed it down?
We know pretty well how we built the game, and we know why it worked. So this one's just about doubling down on it. And it turned out, you know, we thought maybe if the game's about the same size and we added this, that, and the other, now that we're coming to the end of it, it's huge. This game is much, much larger. There's much more to it than anything we've ever done before. I can't wait. I'm very excited.
Okay, so today you're revealing Axon the Commando.
Yeah, you guys are the first people to show what it's like to play as the Commando, the new Commando class. Axton, he's a badass. He's a badass.
So what's his deal as the Commando?
Well, you know, as a Commando, he's basically the quintessential soldier. He's got a lot of the typical soldier skills, multiple skill trees that build out. His special ability is this turret that he deploys. And if you remember the soldier from the first game, there was a turret there.
Yeah.
This is like turret, I'm not even going to say 2.0, this is like turret 3.0. The thing grows and morphs as you level up. It becomes more and more powerful. There's lots of different ways you can take it and build it out with your skills. It's a lot of fun to use, and it becomes both an offensive weapon, a defensive tool if you want to build build it that way, and a utility mechanism on the battlefield. So it's got a lot of purposes and it's a lot of fun.
I just had I had a junky twitch as he opened up the crate. Like, I realized I missed my fix of finding loot.
It's so weird to have that mix of the fun of a moment-to-moment shooting. It's just great to pull the trigger and blow some guy away, but the looting, the character growth, the skills, and discovering more equipment, and the choice that you have along the way, that's what really transforms this from just a typical shooter into a hobby. And I played Borderlands like a hobby, and honestly, I think that's our biggest challenge right now in development. Because the game's almost finished, we're spending all of our time playing it, and we have a lot of bugs to fix. So we're getting through that and making sure that it's delivered on time.
So tell us a little bit about, you have sort of a new main enemy, a new bad guy.
Yes, with the heroes of the first game and creating new heroes for the second game to join the heroes from the first game, to make them real heroes, we need a villain that stands up to them. And this guy is a character that we call Handsome Jack, and he's kind of a dictator, and he's taken over Pandora, and he wants to take control. In fact, in this footage, we're working with a claptrap that's helping us hack this Hyperion device. It's cutting down the statues in this city. It's a Hyperion city where Handsome Jack has erected statues in his honor, and we're part of a rebellion to take him down. So we've hacked this power loader here, and we're cutting down all of his statues in this mission. It also shows us that there's a lot more to do than just kill and loot. There's actually a story that unfolds and gameplay that has objectives with meaning for the plot.
And I'm assuming in true Borderlands fashion, a fully co-op story and gameplay that
obviously
evolves?
One of the greatest things about it is it's a lot of fun when we play alone, but at any time, your friends can join you, dynamically drop in and drop out. Up to 4 people can play together. Great experience. And for the first time, in addition to split-screen co-op, we're also allowing the split-screen people to connect to someone else playing an online game. So that was difficult the first time around, but we broke through the technology that allowed us to offer that. So that's a really exciting new feature for Borderlands 2.
Yeah, I know something. One thing that Kevin wants to know: when's the release date?
Yes, please. When?
September 18th, coming on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Windows PC. Can't wait. We cannot wait.
Oh my God. Well, we actually have a little special something that we want to do right now.
Absolutely.
If we can. Before we go, editor Gaz Deves of the Guinness World Records 2012 Gamers Edition wants to present a little special something to you, Randy.
Okay, all right.
Gaz, welcome to the show.
Randy, on behalf of Guinness World Records, I'm pleased to present you with this certificate for the most guns in a video game for the original Borderlands.
Wow.
Congratulations.
So
that is awesome.
Is that the final tally there was
17,750,000. You know what's interesting about this? Borderlands had a lot of guns, but we upped the ante in Borderlands 2. So I think that Borderlands 2 has more guns than any shooter ever launched on the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, all added together, including Borderlands 1. So you're gonna have to give us another one of these. That would be
There's another one.
Cheers.
Guys, thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
This
Thank
is
you so much.
awesome.
Well, yeah, it's awesome and obsolete already.
I thought this was going to happen on Tuesday or Wednesday at the show floor. It's really cool that you guys did this here. This is a big surprise. Thank you to Guinness for recognizing Borderlands.
Thank you for making Borderlands and bringing it to us, Randy. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks to Randy Pitchford. To learn more about this game, all you have to do is go to g4tv.com/Borderlands2.
I'm going now. Goodbye.
Okay, bye. Stick around because our E3 coverage has only just begun.
That is true. We're going to have more gaming adventures right after this. You stay there. Congratulations, man.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
G4's live coverage of E3 2012 is brought to you by Kit Kat Bars. Break time, anytime.
The Game Boy and its children have been popular for decades.
But they have one nemesis, and it happens to be everywhere.
For more than 2 decades, Nintendo dominated the handheld gaming market. But now, a new generation of handheld devices is on the rise, and the company that gave us portable gaming is facing stiff competition from the smartphone. Last year alone, close to 500 million smartphones were sold worldwide. More than just a communication device, people now use it for everything from texting to browsing and, of course, playing games. Lots of games.
They're disrupting the model of the $40 or $60 games by offering lots of free content and a lot of games for 99 cents.
More than 1 billion Angry Birds apps have been downloaded since it debuted in 2009, and recently, the massively popular Draw Something registered an astounding 50 million downloads in its first 50 days.
This market really did not exist before. There were half games on mobile devices, but now we started to see these full quality, entertaining games for ridiculously cheap prices on a device that everyone owns.
The tablet PC is also taking a bite out of the handheld market. Apple has unloaded 55 million iPads since the tablet was launched in 2010, and developers are stepping up their game, improving the production value of these mobile-based games.
You're getting dollar games that are really well made and fun, and I think Nintendo is starting to realize, oh, this market has already taken a chunk out of 3DS sales.
Nintendo's newest handheld console, the 3DS, sold well in its first few weeks, but it's been slow going since. Sony's PS Vita also saw a respectable release before suffering a significant drop in sales.
Most people are not going to spend $300 on a device that does something another device they have already better. Just being better is not enough. The only things that Nintendo and Sony can do to compete with games on phones is to create a super compelling experience for hardcore gamers and accept that's the market. And if you want to reach the mass market, the only thing to do is to create games for the iPhone or Android. That's the only option.
Copy that.
Both Nintendo and Sony have developed handheld consoles with enormous potential. But is it too little too late, or can they stand up to the changing tide of competition?
The only company spilling its secrets earlier today.
Now, EA took the stage just a little while ago, and they brought with them first-person footage from Medal of Honor Warfighter. Would you like to see it?
I would.
Stop, we need line of sight of that sniper. We'll call for fire from the boat. Line of sight! Stop! We gotta get inside that building! Break out! Go! Stop! Move! Sniper, head down! Stand, let's move. Let's go. You ready? Stop! We're pinned! Can you get one on that sniper? Working on it! Here's your line of sight. Drop the building. Turn it into a pile of rock. Go ahead, Mako. On target. Fire. TOT, 3 seconds. Get some! Incoming! Grizzly, get cover! Clear! Takes on, move up. Going inside. This way. Mako, over here. 1-6, this is 1-4. We're at Rally Point Alpha, standing by. Give status, over. 5 Mike out, 1-4. Over. Solid copy, holding position. Voodoo, stump. Up here. Think we can get through this way. Any movement inside? Negative, we smoked them. Hey, down here, this way. Sold.
OMG, that's pretty. But now let's check in with the Ubisoft event at the Los Angeles Theater.
How is it going, Blair and Jessica?
Hey guys, it's going great.
Thank you guys. By the way, Kevin, I love that tie, and Morgan, your dress is lovely. Big guest here. She's going to be hosting the UB press conference in a couple of minutes. Aisha Tyler is joining us on the show. Thank you for being here. So Aisha, we share an office space with Mikhail. We know he's an absolute nightmare, so we're happy to see that UB is bringing somebody nice in this year to host their press conference.
Yeah, I had to hobble in with a stick to get him out of the way.
Seriously though, how did Ubisoft approach you, and how did you get involved in this?
I have this like kind of terrible reputation for being a massive nerd. I'm a big gamer.
That's not a terrible
I love it.
reputation.
This is my tribe, and I love them. I've been this tall since I was like 6. So just add glasses and a science project, and you understand who I am.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge gamer, and they know I love this world and I love these games, and so they asked me to come down, and I'm going to try not to fangirl all over the stage and leave like a wet mark.
So outside of taking a lot of Prozac to temper your level of expectation, how does one prepare to host what is going to be one of the biggest third-party press conferences this year at E3?
This is totally my world. I love gaming so much, and I think that just pure enthusiasm is what I'm bringing to this thing today. I mean, people who know me from my podcast, Girl on Guy, or who know me from Talk Soup and from all the other stuff I've done. I mean, I'm in some other games from other developers I can't mention here.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
Know that this is like what I live and breathe. So, I got to see that. We got to run through it yesterday. I know what we're going to be talking about today. It's awesome. The gameplay's bananas. I think that I'm going to be doing a lot of editorializing and color commentary. A lot of right in the neck. That had to hurt. Yeah, but it's super exciting, and I'm just going to go and have fun. It's going to be amazing.
Was there anything specific that you saw that surprised you that you weren't expecting walking into it?
Yeah, there's a couple new properties that I think people are going to find very, very sexy. There's some things that are coming back that are going to be really awesome.
Feel free to share. We won't stop you.
Honestly, there's a sniper with like a laser gun just right. Yes, literally like there's an assassin from Assassin's Creed just like perched up, about to jump and chunk me in the head. Yeah.
It's interesting that you bring up Assassin's Creed. We were talking before you came on the show, and you said that it's a franchise that has been around for a while and people are very familiar with it. But you're extra excited about Assassin's Creed because it is bringing something new to the table.
Very new. I don't know how much I can tell you about it, but it's a brand new setting. I think people are going to find it very intimate, very relevant, especially the American audience. And I watched some of the gameplay yesterday, and it's killer. I mean, it's really exciting, very sexy, super violet, beautiful. Did I mention super violet?
Yeah.
A little bit of Girlwood. So I think people are really going to love it. It looks fantastic.
Girlwood. Gonna Urban Dictionary that later.
Also known as Lady Boner.
Okay, Lady Boner's good as well.
Did I say that on the internet?
You did. No, this is fine. This isn't live. It's totally live. Well, thank you so much for being here. We know you have to get ready for the show.
I'm psyched. This is going to be, there's some massive surprises in this show, so people should hold on to their pants.
I'm stoked.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking with us.
Guys.
Thank you again for being here. Aisha, Tyler, everybody. The show is going to start in about 40 minutes. We're going to come back to you in a little bit for the UB pre-show, but for now, back to you guys. Kevin and Morgan back in studio.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
I thought I was the only one with a lady boner here. So happy to see I've been in company. Stick around. More E3 after this.
Okay.
Once a year, gamers ask big questions.
Are you ready?
And G4, the official broadcaster of E3, brings you the answers live.
You won't see this gameplay anywhere else. So Microsoft wasn't the only company spilling its secrets earlier today.
No, EA took the stage. They brought with them first-person footage of Medal of Honor Warfighter. I'm having deja vu, but you know what? The footage was so good, we should watch it or something related to it. Here it is.
I got chills, man. I can't believe this is really gonna happen. It is gonna happen.
Wait a minute. What happened there?
That was a nice surprise at the EA press conference, is that they actually got the UFC license. I feel a little bad for THQ.
Yeah, sorry, THQ. But
as long as they keep making Saints Row, I'll be happy.
Yeah, EA's, I mean, they gobbled up every sports franchise and every license they could. It only makes sense that they grab UFC now. And you know, UFC is huge. It's a huge organization. It's huge proliferation. I wouldn't be surprised to see it take off in EA's hands because on the console gaming side of things, the games haven't had that as much success as I think UFC would like.
And it probably as UFC thinks that they should have is the other thing. So I think that hopefully EA will do a little bit better job with it. You know, they were kind of pulling it out a little bit at the end, but you know.
Now we mentioned, Medal of Honor, of course, is coming back. Of course, there was also Dead Space 3.
Yes.
We saw some footage of that.
Co-op.
Yes.
Yeah. I got nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Co-op makes me sad because then I have to go out and make friends. Like I have to go through that every time a game comes out.
Well, I'm guessing one of these people will enjoy playing that with you.
Yeah, we're gonna have more wrap up from EA's conference later on. But E3 so far, in your opinion, what is the game of show? What is the tech of show? What has you excited?
I think I'm really excited by Microsoft's announcement that you can actually, kind of continue content on your iPad, for example, on your phone.
The smart glass technology.
Yeah, exactly, smart glass technology. I just think it's cool that I can continue a movie and I can actually interact with my games because I always play games with a computer or an iPad right next to me.
Sure.
And now it actually can maybe give me some more information.
Yeah.
Whether or not I want to, as you said, wait for somebody to spend 20 minutes making their own play, I don't necessarily know, but some people are going to be really into that.
No, absolutely. And look, second screen is a term that people use to, well, it means just that. It's a second screen, whether it's in your lap or in your hands, but it's ancillary content, and everybody is going after that space. There are so many companies and so many technologies that are vying for your eyeballs on a second screen so that they can deliver, well, eventually advertisements, but in the meantime, rich content and experiences. That's what they're going for. And nobody has planted a flag firmly in that space and said, this is what we do. We own second screen entertainment. Microsoft has the best approach right now. The Wii U's hardware might be a little easier, might be a little simpler, and when it comes to gaming, it's built in. It's built into every game, and that's great. But Microsoft's approach is smart in the sense that you already own devices that can take advantage of this technology, and it applies not just to gaming, but to the movies that you're watching, to the music you're listening to the UFC event that you're watching, whatever that is.
And they're hoping, because Nintendo has to convince you to buy a console. Microsoft says, you already got a console, you already have an iPad, let's make them work together. Even if it just lists my achievements, I'm cool.
Right, exactly. Just any extra functionality.
Yes.
And also, Borderlands 2.
That is Kevin's pick right there.
Come on. So good. Oh, and a quick note, we had Halo 4, we had a live demo of it earlier. The build we had was incorrectly set up in our studio. It was outputting in standard def, so the footage did not accurately represent the full demo. There was also some aiming stuff that some of you may have noticed. So we'll try to get that cleared up for re-airs and when we focus on it later. So just know that our bad.
Right, so
You know what, I'm not sorry. You still got to see Halo 4. I take it back. Now I'm angry at myself for apologizing.
If you go to G4TV.com later today, we're going to have the full demo there with the correct HD setup.
Love it. Now it's time for us to pack up, actually. We have to get in a car and shovel burritos into our faces while we make it on over to the big PlayStation event.
Yes, we're leaving you in good hands. Live coverage continues with Ubisoft.
Jessica Chobot.
So that would make me Blair Herder. Yes, and we're here live at the Los Angeles Theater for the Ubisoft E3 event.
Assassins, special forces, soldiers, and brain-addled rabbits, Ubisoft has them all.
Actually sounds a lot like my bachelor party now that I think, you know what, never mind. That's because Ubisoft has actually come a long way since the early Rayman days. They're now really one of the largest, maybe even the largest third-party developer in the world.
So what's brought them this far? Oh, just some of the most popular franchises on the market.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the state of everyone's favorite French developer.
Ubisoft is a Goliath. What started as a small French game company founded by 5 brothers in 1986 has grown into a force of nature. For many years, Ubisoft was best known for the cartoony Rayman franchise. But that all changed in 2000, when Ubisoft and Tom Clancy forged a partnership that would lead the industry in Razor's Edge military combat with Splinter Cell, Ghost Recon, and Rainbow Six. Ubisoft grew into an empire that answers to no one.
One of the things I truly admire about Ubisoft is that they're a company that believes in artists. They really, truly love games as an art medium, and it shows through in every game that they make.
Ubisoft has cultivated monster hits like Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, and everything with a Tom Clancy logo on it, but mega developer doesn't always play it safe.
It's great to see that they've been supporting Assassin's Creed, but it's also really cool to see that they're taking risks. Games like Rayman, which are, you know, not traditional AAA retail releases.
Ubisoft also crushes all competition in the insanely popular dance game market. Gone are the days of operating in the red. Ubisoft has hit its stride.
You look at Just Dance and Rayman and Assassin's Creed and all the Tom Clancy games, they're appealing to both sides of the spectrum.
RPG, watch it!
But that is not enough. Ubisoft's newly minted live-action production company has been hard at work developing their properties for the silver screen and creating tie-ins for their biggest titles. Ghost Recon Alpha brought Ghost Recon into the explosive world of live-action combat, heralding the release of Ghost Recon Future Soldier. The return of the Ghost Recon franchise brings the Tom Clancy brand front and center, a brand going directly after Call of Duty.
Under heavy fire!
With one front blazing, Ubisoft unleashes another with Assassin's Creed 3.
Assassin's Creed 3 is a truly amazing product.
It's a strong year for Ubisoft. They'll do very well.
I would not want to be the competition.
Now, guys, Ubisoft has done well, but
Yes.
looking ahead, what do you think they need in order to keep things going?
Well, again, that video showed that they've done really well at a lot of things. The established brands, they're great, but Ubisoft's habit, as you've seen right there, they really rely on sequels when a franchise hits it big. So this year, personally, I want to see a new franchise from Ubisoft. I mean, the last major new property was Assassin's Creed. We love that game. We're looking forward to Assassin's Creed 3, but Assassin's Creed was 5 years ago. Give us something new. That's what I'm really looking forward for them.
I'm fine with that. I would also really like something new, although Assassin's Creed in the American Revolution to me is somewhere that I'm going to be able to put myself more as a gamer.
Yeah. And also, I mean, we can't look past the fact that that Ubisoft has made some pretty terrible decisions when it comes to goofy peripherals in the past as well. I mean, you're talking about U-Draw, and then what was that that funky laser tag?
Battle tag, I believe.
Battle tag thing that they did, which was actually kind of crazy. That game sucks. So we need you guys to avoid talking about that stuff and really focus on the games that you're good at making, again, like the Assassins and things like that as well.
Yes, no more goofy peripherals. Also, franchises like Mass Effect have had a lot of success in creating mobile and social media tie-ins. Like it or not, this will be the future of gaming.
Yeah.
So Ubisoft started this all off with Ghost Recon Commander for Facebook, but they definitely need more.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job of that. They introduced it, and then they let other people kind of expand on what they had created. So get back to that, do some great stuff. And expanding on what they already have currently on the consoles, the Assassin's Training Simulation. If I could train my assassin on my phone and be an assassin 24/7, not only would it make me a better human being, but it'd make me a better assassin as well.
How
I
would being an
appreciate that.
assassin make you a better human being?
I don't know, just thinking about it. Still ahead, things get colonial when we look, as Jessica said, at the soon-to-be blockbuster Assassin's Creed 3.
Plus, we learn how Ubisoft has turned dancing games into a Scrooge McDuck-style vault of money that I would love to swim in. It all happens right after this.
Ah, yes, we knew you would come back to us. Welcome back to our coverage of the Ubisoft E3 press event. What's happening right now, Jessica?
Well, Assassin's Creed was already an awesome franchise, but you know what was missing?
Well, that would be tri-corner hats.
And blunderbusses.
Oh, yes.
The assassin is back. And this time, revolution is in the air.
To conquer or die!
With Assassin's Creed 3, Ubisoft hopes to build on one of the most financially successful brands in its young history. In just 5 years, the franchise has slashed its way into the elite pantheon of gaming's exclusive mega hit club with nearly 40 million units sold worldwide.
I am still very much alive.
The original Assassin's Creed introduced gamers to the secret world of Assassins and Templars. Set against a gorgeous and meticulously crafted historical backdrop, Assassin's Creed immediately separated itself from other big titles.
I think Assassin's Creed 1 just had this spectacular visual gameplay where you're diving off of buildings.
Just stabbing some dude in an eye is a lot of fun.
The Assassin's distinct brand of vicious parkour-inspired gameplay grabbed gamers by the throat, and the franchise hasn't let go since.
You have made your first kill. Don't let it go to your head.
The sequel, Assassin's Creed 2, left the Holy Land behind in favor of the Italian Renaissance and a new hero, Ezio Auditore da Fiorenza.
Are your men ready for another fight?
Ezio's trail of death and destruction spanned 3 games, including Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and Assassin's Creed Revelations. Now the gaming world anxiously anticipates the next chapter, Assassin's Creed 3.
This one is so different from the rest, it feels like a brand new game.
A brand new game with a brand new time period, new gameplay, and the emergence of a new hero, Connor. Half English, half Mohawk, all badass.
When he comes down with a hatchet and starts battling guys all over the place, you're like, okay, I saw the Patriot. I'm in.
So brush up on those tree climbing skills and fine-tune your tomahawk toss, because the eternal battle between Templar and Assassin rages on, just in time for a revolution. All right, so after 3 games with Ezio, I'm excited to have a new character to kill redcoats with. Connor's got tree climbing skills, a tomahawk, and an easy-to-pronounce Native American name. Let's see if I can do it. Radun Hakaidun.
Yeah, that was super easy to pronounce. Look, it's all thanks to the time period. Assassin's Creed 3 is the first major game to be set in the American Revolution, which means Ben Franklin's going to be helping you out, and that is awesome because everyone loves a portly womanizer, right?
That's true. Okay. Coming up next, we find out how Ubisoft has dominated the dance game market for years. The secret involves franchises like Just Dance and also the Wii.
The highly competitive dance game market. Plus, we also look back at the legends that have made Ubisoft what it is today, so do not go anywhere. Welcome back, my friends.
Now, we love Ubisoft for games like Assassins.
We do.
We do, but the company's also incredibly popular with a whole other demographic.
Yeah, demographic I'm not good at all, the dancing demographic. It's the hottest dance craze since the Dougie. In just 3 years, Just Dance has sold 25 million copies worldwide, generated over $1 billion in revenue, and danced circles around the competition.
Ubisoft hit the nail on the head with Just Dance. It's not difficult. You don't have to worry about memorizing all of these dance moves. You can just dance.
It's just pop music and you're waving your arms around, and that's really all people seem to want. And they buy the game in droves because they just want to have fun with their friends. Buying in droves might be an understatement. Despite lukewarm reviews, Just Dance was the fastest-selling third-party Wii game of all time. A big reason was the diverse soundtrack, which included acts like Katy Perry, Iggy Pop, and Elvis Presley. And then there was the title track.
It doesn't hurt that Ubisoft was very smart in naming their game after a Lady Gaga song, so, you know, kudos to them. That was just like lightning in a bottle.
I don't think even Ubisoft knew the phenomenon that would be Just Dance.
Then Ubisoft expanded into new territory. Michael Jackson and the Black Eyed Peas had successful spin-offs. And last year, Just Dance 3 hit the Wii, Xbox 360, and the PS3.
Will it be as huge as it is now, like the 5th largest game in the United States? Probably not forever, but it will come back and we will see these kind of like experiences like, you know, change the way that we view video games.
Just makes so much money for Ubisoft. In part really because Ubisoft is the only third-party developer that's finally properly leveraged the Wii.
Have you ever tried to lose at Just Dance?
I have tried to lose at Just Dance. It's impossible because the controller's not really accurately recording what you're doing.
Yeah, but while other developers struggle to sell Wii games, Just Dance is bringing in cash hand over fist.
Yes.
That's because people don't want a challenging dance game. They just want to have fun.
And I guess for Ubisoft, it works because they control 70% percent of the dance game market. That is a lot of percent.
Now, coming up, we remember assassins, soldiers, rabbits, and other great characters that have made Ubisoft the company it is today.
Plus, of course, we're getting closer and closer to the start of the actual event, Ubisoft 2012 at E3, so stay tuned.
Welcome back, folks. We have a very tricky riddle for you.
We do. Okay, so what do assassins, Arabian princes, and screaming rabbits have in common?
Here's the answer. They're all champions of Ubisoft.
What happens next is up to you.
Fight as bravely as you may, you cannot defeat this enemy.
This is my destiny, to save this kingdom.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
What are you going to do?
Make some friends.
None of you leave until the assassin is dead! Requiescat in pace.
So many memories. Coming up, G4's live coverage of E3 2012 continues on.
Ubisoft is just a few minutes away from revealing all, and it'll be commercial free, so stick around.
Welcome back to the Los Angeles Theater. They just gave the 2-minute warning, which means we are impatiently waiting for the start of the Ubisoft press event here at E3 2012.
Now, while we wait, Blair, what games should we be looking forward to learning about today?
Okay, well, there's a couple things I know they're going to talk about for sure. They're going to have to talk about Far Cry 3. They did show it off last year. It's an incredibly beautiful tropical location. It's an open world game. And there's also a crazy monologue-loving villain. I think his name is Vaz. And anytime you put two vowels together in a name, that means you're especially evil. So I'm really looking forward to that. Of course, something that's gathered a lot of buzz for them over the past 12 months, Rainbow Six Patriots. The enemies are a bunch of really angry 99%ers called True Patriots. As we know, Rainbow Six has always been a very top-notch tactical shooter. What we've seen in this game is that they're going to expand on those particular tactics. Hold on one second. He's telling me I should take my seats because the presentation is about to begin. But I say no, I'm going to stand up and keep talking, sir. And then something that I know we have all been excited about here at G4, Beyond Good and Evil 2. Now, Michel Ancel did say that it was currently in development, but the idea would be that it'd probably be for next generation consoles.
Yeah.
And since we've already seen with the Microsoft press conference that they have not announced something new,
Exactly.
I don't think they're gonna talk about that here, although we would have really loved to see it.
Do you think even a hint, maybe just a little bit?
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing another pig with flies in its nose, but that's my own personal proclivities.
See,
and,
I'm
you know.
anti-anthropomorphic animals, so that's not up my alley.
You are very scared of
I
that.
do not
And then
like
again,
that.
something as well, we didn't really feel the need to touch on it, but obviously, you guys, Assassin's Creed 3 is going to have a huge presence here. A lot of people at Ubisoft and even in the industry are expecting that to be the game in the franchise that's really going to bring players that have kind of gone away from it in the past to bring it back into the fold. And they've also been doing something really interesting here while we've been doing the pre-show. They've been scanning the crowd.
That's so cool. I want them to scan us.
Yeah, they did scan us. Some bad things came up, so I don't think they can actually show that on television.
There were not bad things. There were wonderful, awesome things. At least about me. I don't know about you.
I'm a terrible human being. But they've been scanning the crowd, and I was searching my memory banks for what franchise uses that particular gameplay mechanic, and I couldn't think of anything they currently have on their roster. So I'm wondering if they're going to show a new franchise here. Microsoft showed everything they have, but there was nothing really big in terms of software that I think people were very surprised about. So Ubisoft really does have the opportunity, I think, to really take the reins and surprise a lot of people with something that I know nobody was expecting.
Well, now to go back to your Assassin's Creed comments, I'm one of those gamers that kind of left the franchise in the sense that I was kind of disconnected from what was going on, because for me, gaming is primarily story. I really do like story in game. And I've never been to Italy. I wasn't around during the Renaissance. So it's kind of like out of my realm. But now that I see the American Revolution being up in play, it kind of helps to like bring me back into the fold and make me feel like, oh, I'm part of Desmond's world.
Right. And I think that's going to be something that a lot of people are very excited to be a part of. Again, personally, my favorite. I'm looking forward to anything Rayman. I think that anybody that says that 2D platforming is dead need only to take a look at what Rayman's done in the last couple years, or frankly throughout its entire history, to realize just how wrong you are when you say stuff like that. So I think that's definitely something we're going to see as well. But again, Assassin's Creed 3 is going to be a big presence here. Obviously, Far Cry 3. But I'm really wondering, there's a little bit of buzz around here. You can see behind us, we've got a ton of people. Their attention has been glued to that big screen up there because they've been scanning the audience, pulling information out. And I mean, I know that they showed the Splinter Cell game over at the Microsoft press conference, but I don't think it's going to be attached to that franchise. So I don't know, man. There's
what
just
are you hinting at, Blair?
I wish I knew. I wish I was smart enough to create a game in my mind right now and postulate in a way that makes sense. But I just think we can really expect to see something new in terms of that this year. But again, as you've seen in all the packages here in the pre-show, and even Aisha touched on it, Ubisoft is an incredibly successful third-party developer. And I think it speaks volume about their kind of their relationship with the hardware manufacturers, that they're able to create these franchises. So I do think we're going to see them leaning heavily on those relationships and providing great content for the current generation of consoles. Even though everybody's expecting the next generation next year, I think Ubisoft is really focused on making some really kick-ass titles here for the end of this current console cycle.
I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with the Wii U. I know that video was leaked with Rayman. You know, you take little figurines basically and go ahead and place them upon the Wii U controller, and it brings things to life in game for you. And that really said a lot to me about like the attention that they pay to Nintendo and how Nintendo feels about them, because you know, Nintendo's kind of notoriously known for not being the best towards third-party developers, and to see that they let kind of Ubisoft do something so creative with that is pretty amazing to me.
Absolutely, and I think it speaks volumes as to Nintendo. A lot of people speak about how maybe they're not as current as these generations of consoles, but you know, Spyro was such an incredibly large success that you know, companies like Ubisoft need to stand up and say, how can we incorporate our properties into what Nintendo's doing? And the Rayman franchise, I think, is a great idea. They teased a little bit of the Assassin's franchise there at the end. But what I wanted to ask you, and we've been talking a lot about this around the office, of the stuff that you've seen of Assassin's Creed 3 so far, we've seen a lot at this point. We know a lot about the game. What can Ubisoft surprise people with here at this press conference? Some new gameplay? What can we expect to see in terms of surprises here?
Surprise? Oh, gosh, I don't know. I guess I'll be surprised when it happens. I'm really looking forward to, well, obviously killing bears, apparently. And then also, I like the idea of the tie-in, and they did this before, but the tie-in of historical figures that mysteriously died during that time in our history, where they tie it in with the assassins. I'm also curious to see, you know, Templars, and then you've got like George Washington and Ben Franklin involved. So you obviously possibly have the Masons, and is that going to be like a slight switch? Because you know, those two, for conspiracy theorists out there, those two are, you know,
usually when the music starts to kick up. Uh-oh.
Welcome back to G4 Live at Ubisoft.
All right, so you saw this gentleman on stage just a little while ago. This towering slab of international rap superstardom. Flo Rida is here today with us. Flo Rida, we got one man clapping off camera right here. Thank you very much.
I'm clapping.
It's Flo Rida. He's a busy man. He's a busy man.
What's up?
So obviously we saw you kicked off the press conference. My first question, I think everybody's first question, how do you get involved with the Just Dance franchise?
Well, actually, my record company actually, handled the business side of this, but I'm definitely excited because all of my family and friends are game freaks. They love video games. Every time I come home off the road, I'm introduced to someone in my living room just going crazy playing the video games.
So what's it like working for something like Just Dance and being in a video game such as this? I mean, is it kind of different from how you do things
for the most
in the music?
For the most part, just outside of just me doing the music alone, my music always ends up in movies and everything like that. So for it to go inside a video game, I was definitely excited. It's just an honor because now when I'm sitting at home playing games, my music can pop up in the video game. So, it's a plus.
I want to address what you said earlier. Number one, if you're coming home off the road and there are just people in your living room, change security, except for the giant security guy over there. No offense to you, sir. But I want to talk about, you brought up an interesting point. Your music ends up in TVs and movies, but now you're talking about video games. How does it feel for you to have people exposed to your music in a different way? I mean, 10 years ago, people got music in a very traditional manner. They went to a music store, their friends told them about it, and now you got yourself in a dance game, and here you are in front of fans that maybe you wouldn't have had 5 years ago.
Right. So it's just super exciting to see how music can cross, different genres when you're talking about games and things like that. I go to a video store or, I go to Toys R Us now I could go pick out a game because, either I love the game or my music is in it. So, it's just amazing. Now when I'm doing my charities and things like that, I have something to talk about even, more extra.
That is fantastic. And my last question for you, what's more nerve-wracking for you? Performing in front of 20,000 people at a stadium or in front of a sea of sweaty men that are looking at the women on the side of you?
There's some sweaty women in there.
You get it all, prior to becoming a professional. You have to perform in front of 5 people, 10 people, 100 people, and I just love performing, so it's all the same to me. A lot of people say they get nervous. Me, I'm just anticipating. I'm always excited to go and hit the stage, so it's just a bundle of joy for me.
Very cool, man. Well, thank you so much for your time. I know you're a busy guy. Phil Rada, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay!
Well done, sir. Many thanks again.
All right, coming up after this, we'll learn Assassin's Creed secrets from Ubisoft co-founder Yves Guillemot.
It's hard. It's a French name. What are you going to do?
And Montreal CEO Yanis Mala. You won't want to miss it.
You got the second one.
Did I?
Yeah.
Good. All right, we're back.
Yes, and Ubisoft's resident gaming geniuses are paying us a visit. I know you're busy men, but please help me welcome Ubisoft co-founders Yves Guillemot and Yanis Mala.
Hello.
You both?
Much
right?
better.
Can't believe I did that. I was so nervous. Guys, I want to say congratulations, first of all, on a phenomenal showing. I know a lot of people's expectation coming into E3 this year was, what does the Wii U do? Not only did you really show what it did and how powerful it is, but you showed some extraordinary properties. I watched Rayman with the biggest smile. I felt like a 9-year-old Christmas Eve waiting for this gift. Tell me what it was like to develop these properties with the Wii U in mind and how successful you were in really capturing, I think, what the technology wants to do.
It's all linked to the creative talents that we have in the company. And Michel, when he saw the first controller, he was so amazed that he started to create, very new gameplays and ideas and so on.
And I know you were really excited to see it as well, Jessica. Experiencing something that we all have such incredible memories of in a new way is really exciting.
I could get fancy with my answer, but it's adorable. It's absolutely adorable, and I loved the whole metalhead thing you got going in the demo. That was fantastic, kind of like a nice little mini music game.
And then switching gears from the adorable to the absolutely terrifying Zombie U, we did see something about it, but we didn't really get a lot of details. So what can you tell us about what I think people are going to be really excited to see moving forward?
I think you will know more tomorrow. You will be able to see a lot more of the game, and I think you will enjoy it. It's a great game.
It's very cool. So you're saying we should just continue to broadcast from E3 to get more answers?
That's right. Going to the different conferences and to the booths as well.
Sounds good. And then you, sir, first of all, the blood budget for your games that you're talking about here must have been astronomical. Assassin's Creed 3, so much blood, so much stabbing. People were really excited about the game. They've seen a lot already, but I think you surprised quite a few folk with what you guys showed here today.
Well, with AC3, there is, not only blood actually. There is also a lot of new things. New character, new setting. It's a new chapter in the franchise. So yes, we are really excited to show that because the team has been working very hard to deliver with the most Assassin's Creed experience. This October.
Why did you guys choose to go the American Revolution route?
That's a very good question. Assassin's Creed is all about history is our playground. And Assassin's Creed is all about revisiting all the pivotal moments of history that make the world as we know it today. On Assassin's Creed, we have big teams, but we also have people who are not directly involved in project, for the brand team. And those guys have been working on, shaping the whole franchise with a long-term visibility. It's been a while we wanted to go in America because it's a very important moment for a lot of people. And here we go with AC3.
It's fantastic. It's a very untapped storyline in video games. It's great to see it kind of get its heyday.
Yeah, and then something else that I know people were not expecting to see at all. You closed out the show with Watch Dogs. Minds were blown across,
oh my God, that was awesome.
Across the building. What can you say about it? Just quickly, your final thoughts on Watch Dogs for the people at home that just saw that for the first time.
Watch Dogs is a never seen before experience. It's a new way to play. It's a fantastic new IP. This one also, we've been working on it for actually quite some time, and the team has been really eager to show and demonstrate what we have for this one. So again, it reminds me, 6 years back in time, where we were about to show Assassin's Creed as the new IP. I have this exact same feeling.
Well, it really shows, and we thank you both from the viewers at home and for us for creating that experience, and again for all the incredible Wii stuff as well. Thank you guys so much for your time. Big round of applause for Yannis and Eve for joining us here today. Thank you guys so very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, you too. And right after this, we're going to see more of your favorite stuff from Assassin's Creed 3. It is all happening right after this break. Hello, New Stick Mike. We are back, and so are you.
Ubisoft got a lot of wow out of us by showing off footage from Assassin's Creed 3, so let's check it out.
Watch them fight and die in the name of freedom. They speak of liberty and justice, but for who?
was so cool. Nay, revolutionary.
Oh, jeez.
See what I did there?
You're such a cheese ball.
I'll never do that again. I'm so sorry, but it was awesome.
It was super awesome. There was a lot of things there that I wasn't expecting. You know, I love the idea, again, like I've said before, that they were able to bring us into the Revolutionary War in a time that doesn't see a lot of, you know, importance in video gaming, and it's nice to see that it's finally kind of getting its day in the sun.
Right. And Boston Harbor is a place that I personally have wanted to run around and stab people in, and since nobody's ever given me that before, thank you very much, Ubisoft, for that one right there. But again, it's just it was an incredible showing. They surprised people. The expectations were already very high, but they really did a great job of Assassin's Creed 3 right there.
I'm stoked for it. Now, G4's live coverage of E3 2012 keeps on keeping on.
That's right. Coming up next, we'll be heading over to the PlayStation event where we're going to get an exclusive look at hot games like, you may have heard of this franchise, God of War Ascension, and The Last of Us, the new stuff from Naughty Dog, live and commercial free.
But first, we're nowhere near done here at Ubisoft.
That's right. Even though this is all cleared out, we are still here. We're going to check out real footage of real human beings playing Rayman Legends, on the Wii U right after this.
Guys, we're back and we brought more E3 coverage with us.
Yeah, we're like awesome magnets, really. There it is. One of the other exciting things that happened during the Ubisoft press event was the reveal, like I was explaining to those gentlemen early, of Rayman Legends, which of course is Ubisoft's newest entry into the Rayman series, which of course uses Nintendo's brand new Wii U gameplay device very effectively, I might add. Take a look at this.
He's our dedicated player for the new Wii U controller and has lots of crazy moves using the touchscreen. Let's watch how Rayman and Murphy work together to get through the map. Each controller has specific actions and roles. The combination of sticks and buttons and touch-based gameplay create an infinite amount of co-op combos. For the purposes of this demo, we've only been showing the two-player experience, so let's have Glowbox jump in. In the final version of the game, you'll actually be able to play with up to 5 players on the Wii U, and you can of course use your Wii remotes at home.
Okay, so it's important to point out that that's actually the first time we've ever seen the Wii U in action. So I think a lot of people's judgments of the Wii U were changed with that particular game right there.
I was very impressed. Now stay tuned. We'll have more highlights from the Ubisoft presentation, including a peek at the new Splinter Cell right after this.
All right, real question time.
Sure, what?
Are you feeling stealthy?
Is that code for something? Because yes, I am. Another great game previewed by Ubisoft was Splinter Cell Blacklist.
Yes, that was creepy. Watch this.
Gentlemen, the blacklist is real. Rogue intel agencies like Third Echelon are the problem here, not the solution. I want every single operation related to them grounded and gutted now. I'm shutting Third Echelon down, effective immediately.
That's the signal. We're on.
Sam, we're ready. Sam, we've got a problem. I think they're moving up.
هو لا يسوى شيء. انت مشروب، سمعت لا بقول لك؟ خلص.
لازم تحسب البلد أول.
تعالك لفرصة.
In one piece?
Yeah, but I need options. Graham.
The closest exit point is the roof of the south wing. There is no program, no secret spies, no hidden agendas. Any questions?
Who the hell are you? CIA? Delta? Welcome to 4th Echelon.
Sam Fisher's therapy bill must be absolutely massive. Dude's got a terrible life. All right, coming up, we'll be heading over to our exclusive coverage of the PlayStation event in the next few minutes.
We'll have a must-see hands-on demo of The Last of Us, the new zombie game from the award-winning minds behind the Uncharted franchise, plus all the other excitement that Sony has to offer.
You had better believe this E3 party is not over yet, so stick around.
All right, earlier we asked Ubisoft to show us something new, and hell yeah, they delivered.
Yeah, if you were the unlucky viewer who got up to use the bathroom after Assassin's 3 because you thought that the press conference was over, Watch Dogs. Watch Dogs.
Keep out of sight.
Joseph DeMarco. This is suicide. You understand that? You kill me, and you'll open a door you'll never close.
You know what? You're gonna deliver a message for me.
Yeah, sure. No, no way!
I don't know what you guys at home think, but Watch Dogs is amazing. It makes me want to punch through walls. It's so awesome.
That's excited, Jessica, right there. So cool. Look, we asked for a new IP. Not only did they show it to us, but they showed it in the most amazing way possible. And I know I'm not the only person on the planet that's not looking forward to walking around Los Angeles, creepily scanning people with my cell phone. Whatever mobile element they're gonna have to this particular game is gonna be sweet. Just walking up to people in the movie theater and be like, oh, I'm sorry, you were molested as a child according to my phone? That's a terrible thing.
It's fantastic. That was creepy. Why would you even mention that?
It's just the way my brain goes, Jess. All right, we're gonna go away for just a little bit. I'm sorry to say that, we're gonna go away.
But when we're back, we'll be that much closer to seeing what PlayStation has in store for 2012. Will there be gods or hints of a new console?
Maybe.
Whatever happens, it'll be live and commercial free, so don't go anywhere. What?
All right, guys, we are back now. I wanted to quickly point out, while it's fun to be here and watch these conferences, and we love covering it, we also love the fact that you guys are tweeting at us at hashtag E3 on G4, because we like seeing what you guys love the most as well. So keep doing that. It keeps the excitement level up for us, because a lot of Red Bull is totally unhealthy. So keep it going for us with hashtag E3 on G4. Jessica, quickly, your favorite thing at the Ubisoft press conference?
Well, for me, it would be Watch Dogs. I really like the scanning aspect and the quick pop-ups of the people that are walking around that you get. I think it really does, is going along the same routes that we're dealing with currently as far as privacy online and just privacy in general.
Right. I can tell she's excited because anytime she thinks deeply about anything, it's because there's so much emotion going through her head. That game looks awesome. All right, and G4's official broadcast of E3 continues next with the PlayStation event.
Kevin Pereira and Morgan Webb will take you through the big games and bigger reveals you can expect from Sony.
So to get an exclusive PlayStation check-in sticker, go to getglue.com/E3. Don't be the only kid on your block without one. But for now, Kevin, Morgan, take it away.
OMG, hey, check it out. I'm Kevin Pereira, and this is Morgan Webb. Hi, Morgan Webb.
Hello, and look where we are. That's right, we are live from the Los Angeles Memorial Sports Arena for G4's exclusive coverage of the PlayStation E3 event.
Today we're going to learn the secret origins of Kratos' rage in God of War Ascension, which introduces multiplayer and backstory to Sony's blockbuster franchise.
Plus, we are going to get hands-on with Last of Us. This is the post-apocalyptic zombie adventure from the creators of Uncharted.
I hear they make the best games ever.
They make excellent games, that is true.
But first, between addressing security issues, releasing even more exclusive titles, and trying to jumpstart the PlayStation Vita, this could be Sony's most important E3 ever.
Yes, let's see what the gaming titan is facing this year and what it needs to do to succeed in 2012.
Get down!
Sony is fighting for survival. 2011 should have been a blockbuster year for the gaming giant. Instead, Sony suffered its largest net loss in the company's history, to the tune of $6.4 billion.
Okay, sore subject.
What brought this Goliath to its knees? First, a tsunami ravaged Japan, laying waste to Sony's plants and halting production. Then, a devastating cyber attack on the PlayStation Network compromised more than 70 million user accounts and shut down the PSN for nearly a month.
The PlayStation Network outage really hurt Sony's image. At a time when video game companies are moving towards, simply providing a piece of hardware and then providing video games into providing an ongoing service, it made them look weak and it made Xbox Live look awesome.
I'm sorry.
The public outcry was so severe, company officials were left begging for mercy at last year's E3.
You are the lifeblood of the company. Without you, there is no PlayStation. And I want to apologize both personally and on behalf of the company for any anxiety that we've caused you.
But the damage was already done. Stocks plummeted more than 50%. 10,000 jobs were lost. Then, to add insult to injury, the PS Vita's debut fell well short of expectations.
PlayStation Vita is a cool game machine. It's got some really neat functionality, but I don't understand why anyone would want to buy a Vita for $300 when they can buy an iPhone and get games for free.
Well, that's, cheery.
The one silver lining this year has been the PlayStation 3. Thanks to a recent surge in sales, the system is now outpacing its rivals, becoming the top-selling console on the planet for the very first time. And despite a slump in the software market, Sony's games still managed an increase over last year's already phenomenal numbers.
Sony's strength is undeniably with the games they make for their console, and nobody can take away from them that they're, I think, the most creative game publisher out there.
You will not see the end of this day.
Now, Sony is calling on old friends to get back in the black.
It's good to be back.
God of War Ascension. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. And Sly Cooper Thieves in Time,
I believe the time is now!
are all ready to be unleashed at E3.
Stakes for all the manufacturers are pretty similar in that, like, they need to bridge the gap between this generation and the next. Sony needs to stand up and say, this is why being a console gamer is great, and you should be doing it on PlayStation 3.
We've got one shot at this, so we're doing this strictly by the numbers.
With everything on the line, can the former champ bounce back? This E3, all eyes are on Sony.
My vengeance ends now.
All right, so what do you think are the big things that Sony needs to work on this year, Morgan?
Well, okay, so one of the PlayStation's major strengths has always actually been its exclusives, and I know there's some that you're already looking forward to. So, of course, we're going to have to see God of War, Uncharted, of course, Infamous. I mean, these are really powerful incentives to own a PS3.
Yeah, give us a reason to own your console specifically.
Yes.
Also, the PlayStation Vita, I think that needs a bit of rescuing here. It was a remotely strong launch, and then it just sort of fell off in the weeks and months following it. Sony needs to release more Juggernaut Vita exclusives. I mean, I think that's the key for everybody, again, is its focus on the exclusives. Give us a reason to own the Vita.
Well, and it's also hard because they actually did have a really strong launch lineup.
Very strong.
Which was a huge thing that we criticized Nintendo for when they launched the 3DS with like 0 games. And so, they almost went too far. They launched maybe too many
Gave
titles
too much too quick. They should have held back. And now that everybody, I mean, Microsoft has shown their second screen gaming solution. Nintendo Wii U has that built right in. Sony's really got to push the Vita or some other technology that shows that they're not going to fall behind on the second screen game.
And a price drop would also be kind of key.
That'd be very nice. Might solve 2 problems right there.
Yes, but the biggest issue Sony needs to address before the end of the PlayStation 3's life cycle is the PlayStation Network.
Still a huge sore spot.
Yes. Gamers do default to the Xbox because connecting with friends is easier there, navigating the network, using apps is simpler.
Yeah, bouncing in and out of applications, getting around all easier. And you were just saying earlier in our coverage that you still go to the store to buy a PSN, like you buy the network credit card essentially, instead of giving them your personal info because you're still concerned.
Right. However, I feel like a lot of these things are actually kind of easy fixes. Interface is sort of an easy fix. They don't have to put out a new console for that. I'm sure that they have some Vita games in the pipeline. I'm sure we're going to see a lot about that today. So, I'm kind of excited to see what they have coming up because I'm a fan of the Vita and I'm definitely a fan of my PlayStation.
Couldn't agree more. Coming up, we're going to look at the greatest foe of the handheld gaming consoles and find out how the God of War got to be so damn godly.
The G4's coverage of E3 brought to you by Papa John's continues right after this.
G4's coverage of E3 2012 live PlayStation event is brought to you by Papa John's. Delivered by Papa John's. Earn free pizza with Papa John's rewards only at papajohns.com.
Welcome back to G4 Live at the PlayStation E3 event.
In the lead up to E3, one trend we've been observing is the rise of mobile gaming and the decline of handheld devices.
Yes, gaming on mobile devices has grown in popularity, but do you think that means that handheld devices like, let's say, the PlayStation Vita, are they obsolete? Is it too early to tell?
I think actually not necessarily. So first things first, a handheld console is designed for a better gaming experience.
That's true, but it's not a phone. And I don't mean that it needs to be a phone, I just mean that it kind of needs to be a phone. I mean, the phone is something I have with me all the time. It's on me. It's not a decision that needs to be made. I understand I'm a slightly different demographic of gamer, but casual gaming has exploded, and these are devices that people have on them all the time. It's not a decision to make.
Well, because you're also usually in a space where you didn't really anticipate needing a game.
Right.
That's where it's really good for. You're like, I'm waiting at the airport. I'm waiting in line. I'm going to play Angry Birds for 5 minutes.
Commercial break. Sweet. I'm gaming. That's happening. And I think the casual gamer is more interested in having, again, a single device that does everything versus going out and making a purchase for that. And then paying for like 3G mobile connectivity on multiple devices, $20 a month, $30 a month, that adds up.
Well, but I think that actually is going to start to change because people are realizing that people are just unwilling to pay for mobile connectivity, especially with data caps in multiple different places. But I do think that there is really a market for that middle kind of device because I don't find the Angry Birds a very satisfying experience.
Agreed.
And it is nice to have an option, especially if I'm traveling. If I'm sitting in a hotel room, it's really nice to be able to have those 2 thumbsticks and actually play it. But judging by the casual gaming market boom, I would say that people maybe are a little bit less concerned with graphics than they are with you know, portability.
They want the game. They want fun, quick, easy, pick up and play gameplay versus the graphics. But you know, there's no denying that on the cell phone or smartphone side of things, the graphics are getting better. The processors are getting dual and quad core now. The screens are getting high def. So we're coming to a point now where these phones that we have in our pockets are almost as powerful, as these dedicated gaming. But I think the ultimate answer might be an alliance. If the gaming industry could just come together and they could form partnerships with companies like Apple or even with Google on the Android side of things, that could be huge.
It would be huge. However, I feel like people are going to be a little bit resistant to paying $49.95, $50, $30 even for a game on their handheld, on their mobile device. They will pay that if it's actually on a dedicated handheld, because in their minds it's more of actually like a video game versus a 99-cent distraction that they're going to play a couple times.
Sure, they feel like they're getting a much richer experience at that price point. But, look, if Sony and Nintendo and Microsoft could play nice with those guys, deliver those gaming experiences, maybe for not $49.99, maybe for $14.99, there's a lot of money to be made, but then again, you lose the whole reason to buy that exclusive piece of hardware.
Right, that's what I'm going to say. Like, if you can have your Mario fix, would you necessarily buy the new Nintendo console? Would you necessarily buy the Nintendo 3DS?
Right.
So,
that's
all right, guys, coming up next, Kratos rages on in God of War Ascension. The first time of the franchise to feature multiplayer as well as the character's secret origin.
G4's exclusive coverage on PlayStation at E3 continues right after this, and it's all thanks to Papa John's.
G4's coverage of E3 2012 live PlayStation event is brought to you by Papa John's. Delivered by Papa John's. Earn free pizza with Papa John's rewards only at papajohns.com.
At the PlayStation 3 event.
Yes, right now, all hail the God of War!
You did that very well.
The time of the gods has come to an end!
Ruthless, unstoppable, and eternally pissed off. Bow down to the God of War.
I will have my revenge!
In 2005, Sony unleashed the most fearsome warrior the gaming world had ever seen, Kratos. A Spartan soldier bestowed with incredible powers, Kratos embarked on a quest for vengeance against the Greek gods who unleashed him. God of War was a perfect blend of action, puzzle, and platform gaming. It quickly became a blockbuster hit for Sony, and their hero became an icon.
Zeus! Your son has returned.
Backed by the awesome power of the PS3, God of War 3 shocked the gaming world with its unrelenting combat, jaw-dropping violence, and Titan-sized monsters. But Sony isn't done with their Ghost of Sparta yet. This E3, the story of Kratos continues with God of War Ascension. In this prequel, fans play through the original tragedy that turned Kratos from mortal into demigod. But Ascension is also venturing into new territory, multiplayer. Up to 8 can do the dirty work of the gods as they either fight together or eviscerate each other across expansive levels. At the heart of this madness is a customization system called Champion of the Gods. Players choose to serve one of 4 deities, which will then determine their class, perks, and special abilities. Pleasing the gods with high scores yields weapons and power-ups that can turn the tide of battle. Only an execution mode has been revealed, where 2 teams of 4 gladiators fight off hordes for control of the battlefield. But this is just a taste. More players means the promise of more action, more kills, and more eye-popping finishing moves than ever before. What other surprises does Sony have in store for the Slayer of the Gods? What new and dark revelations lurk in the shadows of Kratos' past?
All will be revealed in good time.
We're just moments away from finding out. One thing is certain, this E3, there will be blood.
Folks, if you like some video game talky talk,
I do.
Well, good. E3 is just the beginning.
Starting next Monday, G4 is actually counting down the top 100 video games of all time with 5-hour-long specials devoted to the greatest games ever.
Yes, the action begins Monday, June 11th at 8. Where? Only on
G4!
Oh my God, we did it!
I know. For more info, check out g4tv.com/top100.
Now, you folks, stick around. A gaming platform is nothing without its champions, and PlayStation, of course, they're no exception.
Of course, we are going to learn about the icons who have made Sony into a gaming giant right after this.
Welcome back to G4's exclusive live broadcast coverage of the PlayStation E3 event.
Right now, let's look at the characters who have made PlayStation games great.
Yes, now you might, I don't know, might want to call them champions?
I would.
Let's do this.
You ready for this?
I was born ready.
What could possibly go wrong?
There's no way I'm letting them win.
Loving it so far?
Now that's how it's done.
Fight or we die.
Hell yeah! Come on! They scarred us. They weakened us. But that time has passed. From this day till the end of days. Together, we will destroy the petty gods, and we will see Olympus crumble before us!
Are you as excited as we are about E3? You
Yes.
better be. Tweet us using the hashtag E3on G4. We want to see your excitement and reply to it.
And keep on watching because there is more E3 right after this.
What she says is the truth.
Yes.
And it's all thanks to Papa John's. Send us some pizza.
Yeah.
Can they tweet us pizza?
G4's coverage of E3 2012 live PlayStation event is brought to you by Papa John's. Delivered by Papa John's. Earn free pizza with Papa John's rewards only at papajohns.com.
Well, hello there, television viewer and/or viewers. Welcome back. What were we talking about? I don't remember.
We were talking about Sony.
Oh, that's right, because we're here at the
Yes.
Sony E3 conference, of course.
As we already mentioned, the thing PlayStation does best, of course, are their first-party exclusive games.
Yes, and going into this E3, they look to be bouncing back. They've got a pretty strong lineup, but the question, of course, is it strong enough?
I think so. For starters, they're launching their answer to Nintendo's Super Smash Bros.
Yes.
Of course, All-Star Battle Royale. I think fans are fairly excited about that.
Well, they should be. I mean, Battle Royale is going to rely heavily on the roster of characters, and
Right.
Sony, you know, has a good leader in Kratos. I mean, we
Yes.
know he's in there. I saw the Fat Princess in there. I mean, it's a great lineup of guys to be smashing heads with.
I mean, I feel like we should be able to see Solid Snake and
Yeah.
Nathan Drake. I think
Yes.
that would be cool. Cole from Infamous could make an appearance. He could be, you know, zapping people with lightning. That would be
I agree.
awesome.
Actually, late last night on Facebook, there was a poll based around the game on one of Sony's official Facebook polls, and it listed characters like a Big Daddy from BioShock. Would he win in a fight? And it also had Nathan Drake in there. Now that was pulled off the web, so we can't
you
confirm
know it's
anything.
true, no.
But whenever something gets pulled, that's
Right.
pretty much confirming that maybe it was leaked. So I mean, we'll see. We're about to find out in minutes. I'm excited because if that is true, those are going to be
gonna
great
be
characters
awesome.
to play. And gamers, of course, are also looking forward to God of War Ascension. I mean, if anyone can pull Sony out of a perceived bind, It's got to be Kratos.
Yes, it is a huge franchise, has many people who love it. It's actually the franchise's first foray into multiplayer,
Yes.
which, should introduce a whole new dynamic to the game.
What is the plural of Kratos? Are there many Kratai?
Kratai.
Kratoses?
You don't actually play as Kratos, you play as these other soldiers.
I still want to know what the plural of Kratos is, though. We need to know this.
Kratai, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's what fans want. Obviously the multiplayer has been announced, but I think they want to see what is the single player side of things. I mean, this is a prequel. Will we eventually beat the game when we chop our family up into pieces?
That would be quite an ending.
It's how we got his power, folks.
All right, we'll be back right after this with our exclusive broadcast coverage of the PlayStation event. To get an exclusive PlayStation check-in sticker, go to getglue.com/E3.
Folks, it's almost showtime. Do not go anywhere or you will miss out on the live commercial-free action, and that would be so sad for you. We're going to be here. We are back, and it's almost time for the PlayStation event to begin. It can happen any minute.
It can happen any minute, so keep it locked here. Looking forward, what announcements are you excited about? What potential announcements are you looking for?
Always excited for what I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I do know that The Last of Us, which is Naughty Dog's post-apocalyptic zombie game.
And Naughty Dog, of course, made Uncharted, which has been huge and very popular.
Look, they know how to milk every ounce of performance out of the PlayStation 3. This game looks phenomenal. Again, it's a post-apocalyptic world with, well, it looks like a father and his daughter, and they're just trying to survive. And the infected, they've got this sort of weird fungus. Like tenactin will not kill the zombie uprising, whatever it is.
Yeah, they're not actually father and daughter, but they're actually kind of playing on that same reaction with like Scully and the young Drake, that same kind of like father-daughter or like mentor-student interaction. And he has to actually like bring her places. So, there's a fungal virus
There's a zombie fungus. It happens. And what's great is that not only will we see it here and learn a lot more about the game, but immediately following the press conference, we get to play it on this stage.
Exactly.
So I'm very excited to see it right after the event.
One title that I would love to see, it's not going to happen. I mean, it could happen.
It could happen.
Sony's reveal of The Last Guardian. Now, we've definitely seen this game before. They've been teasing us with this for so long. It's made by the makers of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus.
Great pedigree.
Two great games.
And it sort of looks like a blend of both of those styles. You have epic large creatures and the sort of exploratory, almost parkourish platformy worlds of Ico.
Well, it's nice because it looks like they're hopefully they just do such a great job of like mixing different kinds of storytelling.
Yes,
you know what I mean? And so it has that old lonely feeling plus that epic adventure. So hopefully
We've been
it'll be good.
promised that we're going to see it. Every year we get a little hint of it.
Right.
It doesn't quite happen. I believe they're shutting off lights any second now. This madness is going to begin. It's the Sony E3 press conference presented to you commercial free. I am 10 kinds of excited right now.
Well, it's going to happen right now, so you don't actually have to be excited for too much longer.
Okay, I'll maintain it. I'm going to keep a calm and a cool and enjoy, everybody. Make sure you tweet us E3 on G4. From then on, enjoy the show. Start this thing, please. Okay, they're not starting the thing. I asked nicely. I even said please. You heard me. I used my nice words.
That's okay. There's still a few people shuffling in, so we can actually tell them, of course, this is going to be brought to them live and commercial-free, thanks to Papa John,
Of course
which is excellent.
Look, real quick, the one thing, we talked a lot about the Vita. We talked a lot about Sony's exclusives. The Move is something that hasn't really received a metric ton of love.
Right. Well, we're going to see, actually, it'll be very interesting to see how much it's actually focused on at this press conference. There is somebody currently right now on stage playing the Move, so obviously they haven't...
One lone man in a sea of Vitas on stage, but that means they've got something.
That means it got something. They definitely had some software support. I think it's sort of a must-have feature of consoles these days, so it would be very strange if they abandoned it altogether.
So we'll see that. Okay, the lights
are going down this time.
Definitely
for real.
dimming.
We're starting. Please enjoy the PlayStation event brought to you live and commercial free. Thanks to Papa John's.
All right, let's do this.
something to say. My only fear is what might happen if I didn't find a way. If I lose, then look what's worth fighting for. If I win, we only live to fight again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jack Tretton.
I gotta take a second to soak you guys in. First of all, if that video didn't get your heart pumping, you came to the wrong place. We have the most passionate consumers in the world. And if you don't believe me, talk to some of the people that lined up starting at 4 o'clock yesterday to be part of this event. I appreciate you coming. This is the Super Bowl for those of us that live and die in the gaming industry. And everything that is said at the press conference will be graded and judged. People will talk about who won E3, who lost E3. Every announcement and every word that is said will be scrutinized, and we'll be talking about years down the road, not only for what was said, but how it was said, which makes the job of hosting this event so fun and relaxing for me, and I thank everybody for that. It's been 17 years since our industry formed its own event to celebrate gaming. And PlayStation is privileged to have been here since the very beginning. Every year, we pay tribute to heroes with names like Nathan Drake, Cole McGrath, and Solid Snake. This year, we want to begin by paying tribute to the real heroes of our industry, the true visionaries, the ones who have driven us all to succeed. We want to begin by paying tribute to the gamers. That's right, to the gamers sitting in this arena today, and to the millions joining us via the PlayStation blog, Facebook, PlayStation Home, and all of our live stream partners. We're broadcasting tonight in 4 languages. And for those of you who can't be here at E3 in person this week, you can visit the PlayStation booth virtually in Home. The world's greatest creative minds are at PlayStation. And by combining our leadership with your voracious appetite for amazing games, we've created one of the most vibrant and dynamic industries in the world. Your loyalty and support for great entertainment has driven the industry forward and is at the very core of this next generation experiences that you'll see tonight from PlayStation. There's someone in the audience tonight who has played a crucial role in our industry and is synonymous with PlayStation's commitment to jaw-dropping entertainment for gamers. I had the pleasure of working for this man for the last 17 years, and he takes his commitment to gaming and heritage all the way to the very top of one of the world's biggest corporations. Please welcome Kaz Hirai, President and CEO of Sony Corporation. I love you, man. Kaz helped build the connected world of PlayStation. And today, nobody has the strengths that we do in gaming and entertainment. And nobody has a more expansive ecosystem. From PS3 to PS Vita to PlayStation Network and PS Suite, the PlayStation world is growing to meet every gaming need you have, wherever and whenever you play. The collective creativity and passion within PlayStation is driving our latest breakthrough gaming experiences, and we're excited to share those with you tonight. There's no better example of what's possible on our platform than this first title. It's a completely new IP from a company that redefined the boundaries of gaming and storytelling with the 2010 Game of the Year, Heavy Rain. PlayStation fans have been waiting to see the next genre-defining title from the amazing talent at Quantic Dream. I'm very pleased to say the wait is over. Please join me in welcoming David Cage.
Over the past 15 years, Quantic Dream has developed unique games based on interactive storytelling and emotions. With Heavy Rain, and more recently our tech demo, Kara, we showed how real-time 3D could be used to create even more emotional experiences. Today, I'm happy to announce Quantic Dream's next title for PlayStation 3, and this new project is called Beyond. Death is the biggest mystery of mankind. What will happen after we die is something no one knows. We'll have our hopes, our fears, our doubts, but what's on the other side remains unknown. Jodie Holmes knows a little bit more about all this than you and I. As far as she remembers, she has always felt a link with an invisible entity, some presence around her, spirit or ghost, she doesn't really know. Something living between our world and the other side. Beyond tells Jodie's story over 15 years of her life. We will see her growing, evolving, learning to live with her difference, and discovering more about what's beyond. For the first time in a video game, we will live the life of a character, go with her through happy and difficult times, and help her to become who she is. We have much to reveal about the game in the coming months, but today I want to share with you a very important element of Beyond: the name of the actress playing the role of Jodie Holmes. I was looking for a talented young actress, someone who could embody Beyond's lead role in a very unique way. And I'm proud to announce that Jodie Holmes will be played by Academy Award nominee Ellen Page. Ellen delivered a stunning performance, something I've never seen in a game before. She is the most incredible Jodie Holmes I could dream of. And I'm sure that all gamers will instantly fall in love with her. What you're going to see now is one of the first scenes of the game. And of course, everything runs in real time.
Ma'am? Ma'am? Do you hear me? Do you understand me? You speak English? I brought you that cup of coffee. I found you by the side of the road, in the middle of nowhere. Was there an accident? Did someone try to hurt you? Look, I want to help you. But you gotta give me something. Anything.
How about a name? Someone I could contact? You must have family, friends, someone who could tell me who you are. You don't talk much, do you? Well, if you don't help me, I can't help you. Oh, I get nowhere. Is that a scar? Is that recent? I'm gonna go back to my desk. Check the missing persons list. You stay here. I'll be right back. If you need anything, I'll be just outside.
I know. They're coming.
Hold on, what's going on?
I know you brought it earlier. Where is she?
Next time, I'll kill everyone. Come on, Aiden. I think they get the message.
Beyond will be unlike anything you have experienced before. It will be emotional, mature, and unique, but also epic, breathtaking, and spectacular. We want to create unique moments that players will remember for a long time. We invite you to a unique journey in the life of Jodie Holmes, and if you make the right decisions, maybe you will discover what lies beyond. Thank you.
Simply incredible, David. Thank you so much. The PS3 is in its 6th year of its life cycle, and it continues to shatter expectations by giving developers the industry's most powerful palette to create from. Only on PlayStation 3 will you see the high-definition cinematics, rich storytelling, and huge action that we just witnessed with Beyond. And only on PlayStation will you find some of the industry's most iconic characters. Characters with the depth and emotion of Jodie Holmes, the newest member of the PlayStation family. Over the past 2 decades, you've stormed beaches, explored new lands, and discovered ancient treasure with them. If you're a member of the PlayStation Nation, there is one name that should have particular meaning for you: Michael. That's right. Last fall, hidden in a faraway place, a room full of the most popular heroes from PlayStation Universe raised their glasses in a toast to Michael. In fact, the Michael spot became the most viral tech video of all time, more than 10 million views in its first week. And if you're like me, you probably wondered what happened 30 minutes after that toast. Some of them decided it would be fun for them to fight together. And some of them even decided it would be more fun to fight each other. How the battle turns out is up to you in our newest title, PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. You think it's okay?
Hello, everyone. I'm Chan Park from Superbot Entertainment. When our team first announced PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale in late April, we were overwhelmed with the tremendous positive response the game received. As details of our game became available, we heard from a number of you that thought that this would be a perfect game for the Vita, and we could not agree more. So today, I'm thrilled to announce that All-Stars will be available for Vita and will be cross-compatible with PS3. So to give you a demonstration of crossplay and Vita gameplay, I'm going to turn it over to a few of our All-Stars, including Omar Kendall, our game director.
Thanks, Chan. So we've got 4 players, 2 on the PlayStation 3, Paul and Mike. Paul will be playing as Kratos, Mike will be playing as Sweet Tooth. We also have 2 players on the PS Vita, Ed and Ray Ray. Ed will be playing as Fat Princess, and Ray Ray will be playing as Sly Cooper. So these characters will be fighting each other, and they'll be building up this energy. This energy powers a super attack. These super attacks are how our players score points. And the goal of the game at the end of our 3-minute match is to have the most amount of points. I'm going to talk you through a match really quick. We'll be playing on Metropolis from the Ratchet & Clank universe. Each character has a different approach to the match. Characters like Kratos and Fat Princess are more melee-centric, so you'll see them get into the mix of things, do a lot of combos and hard-hitting attacks. You've got characters like Sweet Tooth, who has a more patient game. He can lay mines and perform shotgun attacks, and you'll see him do that throughout the match. He's able to generate a lot of this energy while he's fighting. Then, of course, we have Sly Cooper. He does a lot of sneaking and invisibility. He does a lot of stealing from the other players, and he'll do that primarily to collect his AP. So already we're about 30 seconds into the match, and Sweet Tooth is already working on a level 1 super. He seems a fair bit ahead of the other characters right now. He's holding on to that super. Let's see, it looks like he might be going for a level 2 super. Each super is progressively stronger than the last. They're a little bit more expensive, but they're also better at scoring points. Looks like Fat Princess and Sly Cooper now are also at the level 1 super range, and now Kratos is there as well. So you'll start seeing supers going off. There you see Kratos on the board early, just got a kill on Fat Princess. He's already working on regenerating that level 1 super. It looks like Sweet Tooth has now crested over. He does have his level 2 super. Oh, and we see Captain Cork. Oh, and it's the Hydra from God of War. That famous first boss fight from the original God of War 1 on the PlayStation 2. Periodically, those Hydra will interact with the match, and the players will have to pay attention to that. And it does look like Sweet Tooth is holding a lot of meter right now. I think he's probably going to go for a level 3. Kratos just tried a level 1 super and wasn't successful in getting any kills. Fat Princess also has a level 2. Is she going to fire that off, or is she going to try to go for a level 3? Let's see. She does go for a level 2 super. Fat Chicken, she's going to go for some kills. The other players have to avoid her now. Nope, Sweet Tooth could not get away. She's going to try to get a kill on Kratos. She does get a kill on Kratos and on Sly Cooper. That was a great level 2 super for Fat Princess. She got 3 kills. Meanwhile, Sweet Tooth still seems to be working towards his level 3 super. Kratos has tried a level 1 on Sly Cooper, but Sly Cooper did manage to get away. Sly Cooper also looks like he just crested over into his level 2 range. Let's see if he uses that now or if he holds on to that as well. All right, it does seem like Sweet Tooth did get his level 3 super Mecha Tooth. It's an extremely powerful level 3 super. His firepower is drastically increased. He does manage to take out what looks like all 3 opponents. Let's see if he can score again. He does manage to get Kratos. Looked like a really good, successful level 3 super for Sweet Tooth there. He got about 4 kills. Meanwhile, it does look like Sly Cooper is going to try that level 2. Let's see if he gets any kills. He does manage to get Sweet Tooth. Not the best use of level 2 super. They only managed to get 1 kill with that. That's pretty expensive super to only get 1 kill. Here we are in the last 30 seconds of the match now. It looks like that Princess is perhaps working again towards a level 2. Oh, Quark just got taken out there by the Hydra. Kratos back at that level 1 super. Let's see if he tries to use it. He does use it, but does not manage to get any kills. And their Fat Princess does manage to collect 2 kills with the level 1. Does pretty well for herself there. Sweet Tooth just missing a level 1 super. We have 10 seconds left. Let's see what happens here. It's been a very competitive match. I'm actually not sure who's winning. Fat Princess tries another level 1 super.
Time up!
And that is time. All right, let's see who wins. It looks like Fat Princess took that one. Nice job, guys.
Thank you, guys. So I'd like to invite everybody out to the Sony PlayStation booth to check out both the Vita and the PS3 versions, and also stay tuned for additional surprises and announcements in the upcoming months. But before we leave, we have a surprise just for E3. We want to unveil 2 new characters that will be playable on the show floor. So I think you'll all be as excited as we are. Thank you so much.
Very, very cool. Thanks, Chan. We wanted to take the best of our lineup and bring them to life across the PlayStation ecosystem for a one-of-a-kind, always-on experience that you can play wherever and whenever you choose. By bringing PlayStation All-Stars to PS3 and PS Vita with full crossplay between the two, we're doing just that. With crossplay, you'll be able to play with up to 3 of your friends, either on PS3 or Vita, and enjoy the same high-def online experience. In addition, All-Stars supports cross-save, so you can save your progress on PS3 and pick it up later on the Vita. You can check out these features for yourself when All-Stars for PS3 and Vita are available later this holiday season. PlayStation continues to invest heavily in cross-platform features because it's not only about what you play, but also where you play. Later this year, we'll introduce a new cross-controller DLC for Little Big Planet 2 that allows owners to play, create, and share games using the PS3 and the Vita together. Utilizing dual-screen gaming in single player Vita becomes an enhanced controller for the PS3, enabling front and rear touch and tilt capabilities while adding another gaming dimension that provides different viewpoints on PS3 and Vita. The cross-controller DLC will also enable simultaneous multiplayer on PS3 and Vita. And it'll give each player their own in-game controls and perspectives, but working towards the same objective. The new DLC will offer a new story mode, new costumes, new stickers, decorations, and objects. These are just a couple of examples of how cross-platform features will enhance your gameplay and create completely new experiences. PlayStation All-Stars crossplay functionality is a unique feature that can only be found on PlayStation and is enabled by the industry's best online destination, PlayStation Network. With more than 80% of PS3s and PS Vitas connected to the internet today, gamers around the world are tapping into PSN for their online gaming experiences and entertainment needs. Today, we offer more than 1,500 downloadable titles, and our investment in AAA exclusive game experiences will be bigger than ever in 2012. PSN will also become the true home for the best indie games in the industry. Our Pub Fund for independent developers is bringing the most creative and unique games that the world has ever seen. Games like Journey, which has a Metacritic rating of 92 and is PSN's best-selling title of all time. Games like Dyad and Papa Io, which you can play both in the PlayStation booth this week. And games like Unfinished Swan, which is coming exclusively to PSN later this year. In fact, there'll be more than 200 groundbreaking games coming to PSN over the next 12 months. And it's an astounding number, and it demonstrates the incredible number of developers on the PlayStation platform. In addition to the best digital games, PSN offers PlayStation Plus, our premium membership that maximizes your experience. And since PlayStation Plus started 2 years ago, members have received 60 free PS3 games and thousands of dollars in discounts. And with features like cloud saves and automatic updates, Plus offers tremendous value to our gamers. And today, we're proud to announce that PlayStation Plus will be amplified by adding a host of great games available for free to all members. This month alone, PlayStation Plus members in North America will be able to download 12 fantastic games, including blockbusters like Infamous 2, Little Big Planet 2, and Saints Row 2. Thank you. All of these games will be available to members starting tomorrow, and new games will be rotated in all the time. With this announcement, we're proud to say that PlayStation Plus now delivers an instant game collection to members for $5 a month. And for those of you who haven't tried PlayStation Plus, there's no better way to understand the extraordinary value it brings than to experience it for yourself. As you leave the arena tonight, each of you will receive a voucher for a one-year PlayStation Plus membership. Glad to hear that. And for our friends visiting from outside North America, you can bring this voucher to the PlayStation booth this week and exchange it for codes that will work in your respective regions. It's our way of saying thank you for being with us here tonight. PlayStation Network also adds tremendous gaming value to PS Vita. In addition to the incredible AAA lineup for Vita, there are more than 60 completely new titles that will be available in 2012, including digital-only titles like Guacamelee, Retro City Rampage, and When Vikings Attack. And I'm happy to announce that PS1 Classics will be coming to Vita. Beginning this summer, you'll have access to your favorite PS1 classics, such as Tomb Raider and Final Fantasy. Think about the fact that PS Vita has been available in North America for only 4 months, and we've already released more than 40 new games. But with AAA blockbusters, unique digital titles, PS1 classics, and hundreds of PSP hits, the Vita portfolio is growing every day to offer something for every gamer. And of course, PSN is much more than a gaming network, because PSN is part of a broader Sony entertainment network, which offers more services than any other platform. In addition to our own video service on PS Store, we offer a growing lineup of TV, movie, and sports entertainment that includes Amazon Instant Video, Cinema Now, Hulu Plus, Vudu, MLB TV, and NHL Game Center, to name a few. And if you're a gamer who also loves a broad selection of entertainment offerings, there's no doubt that PSN and PS3 are the center of your living room. And we're bringing many of these great services along with the industry's best apps to Vita. Just last week, we announced that YouTube is coming to Vita, and I'm happy to announce that Hulu Plus and Crackle are also coming to Vita soon. And we all know that gaming and music go hand in hand, and thanks to our January 2011 launch of Music Unlimited, we offer a catalog of more than 15 million songs available to stream on your PS3, Vita, PSP, Android smartphone, or iOS device. And with our robust lineup of games, videos, TV, and music, PlayStation Network is expanding every day and remains central to our strategy of delivering more entertainment value. PlayStation has long-standing and close relationships with the best developers in the world, and this means more exclusive PlayStation gaming experiences for you. One creator that has become synonymous with the pure horsepower of PlayStation is Activision. And as many of you know, we announced last year that Call of Duty is coming to PS Vita. For the first time ever, you'll have a AAA first-person multiplayer shooter in the palm of your hands with a beautiful 5-inch screen, dual analog sticks, and seamless online connectivity. I'm happy to announce Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified, and it will launch this holiday season. Needless to say, we're very excited about this title, and you'll be hearing a lot more in the coming months. The biggest franchises are coming to Vita because it enables experiences like no other device ever made. And as you experienced with Uncharted Golden Abyss, Vita's capabilities are on full display with unique games that have been developed specifically for it. We have a new Vita title that helps illustrate this point. It's one of the most acclaimed franchises ever created in gaming, and it comes from a top publisher that is celebrating its 26th anniversary in the industry. Let's take a look.
And go about the city.
Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation is a game built from the ground up to take full advantage of Vita's capability and power. In addition to featuring the first ever female assassin, Liberation is the complete Assassin's Creed open-world experience on Vita, featuring touch controls and support for its camera and near functionality. Liberation will also utilize cross-goods between it and Assassin's Creed 3 on PlayStation 3. When you link the two titles, you will unlock Connor's Tomahawk, an exclusive character skin, a multiplayer character, and a complete upgrade of ammunition pouches. Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation will be available on October 30th, and I'm happy to announce that we're offering a special Vita bundle that includes, as you just saw, the first crystal white Wi-Fi Vita, we're also including a 4-gig memory card and the Liberation game, but that's just the beginning of the story between Ubisoft and PlayStation this year. Assassin's Creed 3 is coming to PlayStation 3 in full force. Set in the time of the American Revolution, you're the hero Connor, and you play a major role across key battles igniting the revolution. The Assassin's Creed 3 experience will be phenomenal, and today we want to share with you an exclusive look at the game. Here to give you a first look is Assassin's Creed 3's creative director, Alex Hutchinson, and associate producer, Philippe Ducharme.
We really hope you've seen some of Assassin's Creed 3 already this week, but we wanted to highlight something really special here at the PlayStation show. Assassin's Creed 3 is not just a brand new Assassin and a brand new historical period, but it's also a chance to deliver some brand new fantasies. As astute readers of history will know, the revolution was not just fought on land, but also at sea. So we recreated the oceans of the 18th century, complete with beautiful vistas and a weather system that can change at any moment into heaving swells and pounding rain.
You see the catch ford, Captain!
Anything, Captain? Due north of here.
Sails up, men! Faster! Men! Full six quarters! Prepare for action! You heard the hopping!
As Connor, you are the captain of this vessel, with full control of both navigation and cannons, as you take the fight for the revolution to the high seas.
What's that weasel up to? Sheet anchor to windward, Captain. You can be sure he's got something up his sleeve.
Cannons ready! Get it done! Get out! Wait for the word! Fire! Cannons loaded! English are on us, Captain!
Thanks a lot, Alex and Fleet. Looks amazing on PS3. And I'm very happy to announce that we've been working closely with Ubisoft to create something very special for PlayStation customers. Assassin's Creed 3 will launch day one with a new PS3 hardware bundle. A bundle will include the PS3, the game, and exclusive DLC. And PlayStation's close partnership with Ubisoft doesn't stop with Assassin's Creed. We have some exciting news to share for you regarding Far Cry 3. Please welcome Dan Hay.
Thanks very much. Last year we announced Far Cry 3 and introduced a new brand of insanity. A remote island, an insane cast of characters, and an open world to discover. But during all that time, we managed to keep a secret. We didn't build just one game. We built two. Developed by Ubisoft Massive in Sweden, for the first time in franchise history, drop into a new kind of insanity, 4-player co-op. All right, guys, let's go. Let's take the bridge. I got him.
I need a battle cry. Thank you. Yes.
Nice. Got it?
There's another guy here.
Okay, I'm headed in. Let's go. Okay, careful. We got two guys up there. I'm gonna take the guy on the left. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Nice. Oh, careful. Okay, I'm headed to the bridge.
Okay, I got the bomb.
Now wait, there's a sniper.
It was his time. You guys coming from the end of the bridge.
Bunch of guys on the bridge.
I'll cover you.
Okay. I am placing the bomb now.
I'm going out.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm down.
Okay.
Great work, Leroy. So, Daniel, let's move up and get the last explosive. Okay, I see the explosives.
Okay, I got to them. There you go.
Reloading. Keep going. Guys on the left flank.
Daniel, start moving.
Grenade.
There is Molotov.
Cover me. Okay, there's a Molotov guy. You have to hang back with Daniel.
Whoa, there's Molotovs coming on the right side.
I got him. He has Molotov.
I'll put him on fire.
I got your back.
Guys from the other side.
Move, Daniel. You better move.
Sniper on the bridge.
Moving.
There you go.
Okay, there's the heavy, Daniel. You better get down.
Yeah, take him down.
I'm trying to stun him. All right.
Okay, I'm reloading.
We're gonna get off the bridge right now. Okay.
Okay.
Move everybody off. Let's
Bridge,
blow
go,
up.
go, go, go.
Go.
Here we go. Nice.
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 Good job. My hand.
A monster single-player open-world experience. A dedicated 4-player co-op campaign. An entire island of competitive multiplayer. And when you're done, build your own Far Cry with our map editor. Welcome to the world of Far Cry. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thanks, Dan. And thanks to Ubisoft, PlayStation gamers will receive a free exclusive DLC for Far Cry 3. Another critical element that adds to the PS3 experience and brings gamers closer to the action is PlayStation Move. The Move experience makes gaming more accessible to everyone and brings a level of immersion that gives you as close as possible to becoming a character in the game. Move has offered the most diverse gaming experience since its launch 2 years ago. And with more than 250 games available today, we have something for everyone on Move. From blockbuster first-person shooters such as BioShock Infinite and Dust 514, to games that inspire and spark our imagination, like Epic Mickey 2 and Little Big Planet Karting, or games that test our agility and get our hearts racing, like Sports Champions 2. The real hook behind Move is that it's an additive gaming experience. It's not an all-or-nothing premise. Move doesn't require you to be a dedicated motion gaming enthusiast, but if you are, you have more choices than any other platform out there. And while we're excited about what Move and the PlayStation ecosystem offers today, we're equally excited about the future. Here to share more is the new president and group CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment. Please welcome Andy House.
Thanks, Jack. It's great to be back at E3 and for the first time in a new role. I'd really like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank PlayStation fans, both here and globally, for all your support. You're the reason we do what we do and why we love this business. There's one constant truth in what we've shown you tonight. Whether it's from PlayStation or our partners, the PlayStation platform is about innovation. Across hardware, software, and online, we're creating transformative experiences that redefine expectations. We've been hard at work on a completely new experience that I think you'll agree is truly innovative. It evolves one of the oldest interfaces that we know, the book, to bring new shared experiences for families and a broad array of gamers. Words can't do this new product justice, so let's take a look.
What if a book could come to life?
Hey, how are ya? Whoa! Beanstalk! A little help?
And I could play with the stories.
See you later.
What if I could explore different worlds? And change the stories.
Gotcha!
With choices I make.
I'm extremely excited to introduce you Wonderbook for PS3. Wonderbook puts a physical book in your hands and supports a new range of experiences that bring stories to life in your living room. Using augmented reality technology by PlayStation Eye that allows you to explore and interact like never before. Wonderbook isn't limited to just stories. Imagine sailing the 7 seas to explore an atlas, walking with dinosaurs, traveling beyond the stars to discover astronomy. Traditional reading experiences can take on a whole new meaning. We're working with some of the world's best-known developers and authors to create a diverse library of content, including educational and scientific experiences that fully utilize Wonderbook's capabilities. To give you a taste of the incredible talent developing for Wonderbook, I'm pleased to announce that Moonbot Studios is working hard on a fantastic new tale. Many of you already know Moonbot for their Oscar-winning short videos and incredibly successful interactive books for tablets and smartphones. Their new IP for Wonderbook is called Diggs Nightcrawler and is a stylish new detective story inspired by classic film noir. It's a brilliant example of the types of new, mesmerizing experiences Wonderbook will deliver. We'll have more to share with Moonbot and Diggs Nightcrawler very soon. We had ambitious goals for the content we wanted to launch with Wonderbook. So we began by working with one of the most popular authors in the world, an author who has brought unlimited entertainment, joy, and magic to all of our lives, J.K. Rowling. The creator of the Harry Potter series. I'm pleased to announce Wonderbook, Book of Spells. Book of Spells is the first title to be published for Wonderbook, and it reflects a strong collaboration between PlayStation and J.K. Rowling, and is also the first product to result from Sony's partnership with Pottermore, which is J.K. Rowling's unique website that builds an exciting online experience around the reading of her Harry Potter books. Featuring exclusive, new, and original writing from J.K. Rowling herself, Book of Spells comes to life as you read, allowing you to cast spells with the PlayStation Move, which becomes your magic wand. Book of Spells takes you on a fantastic journey to read and learn the secrets of wizardry and the art of spellcasting, just like a student at Hogwarts. Here to provide a demonstration of Wonderbook, Book of Spells, please welcome Dave Ranyard.
Hello. We actually kept it a secret. That's a bit of a surprise to us. I can honestly say for all of us on the stage here, we're really excited to be here to show you this demo. Welcome to the reinvention of the storybook. Every wizard needs a wand, and every Hogwarts student needs a magical spell book. And this matches perfectly to our Move controller and Wonderbook. Open the Book of Spells to read new writing from J.K. Rowling. Spell descriptions, stories from the wizarding world,
fire-making spells.
And significantly,
we're going to learn a bit about
the book's
spell
conundrum.
First, then you can try casting.
A set of poems unlocked at the end of each chapter, which reveal the values of accomplished wizards. As you can see, the Book of Spells is no ordinary book.
Remember, this is no
words,
textbook.
Pictures, stories come to life in a way never seen before. Discover many different spells from the world of Harry Potter, read their history, learn to cast them, and try them out with a variety of puzzles and challenges. Let's take a look at this dragon in the bottom corner. A previous Hogwarts student has scribbled a warning message. Avoid this dragon.
From everyday uses such
Let's
as
see why.
lighting to igniting the occasional Christmas pudding. Now look what's happened. Of course, you haven't learned any water spells yet, so you'd better find some other way to put out that fire.
So the dragon's escaped, he set fire to the book. We managed to put the fire out, and now we need to clean off all that soot.
Good as new.
Now we'll take a look at another aspect of this book.
Including the chief warlock of the Wizengamot to witness
You can
his
see
maiden
we've created a paper theatre. And this really shows how we can create anything on the book.
of July, 1544.
What you can see is the discovery of Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm. We don't have time to share this whole story with you today, but please pop by the media area in our booth to have a look to see more. And the Book of Spells is peppered with these stories, containing some fascinating and often very funny histories to the spells you're learning.
Into midair.
We're now going to learn the fire-making spell.
Let go of the button.
Now, it went okay in rehearsal, but if anything goes wrong, the fire exits are here, here, and here. Okay, so we need to unlock these gates. And we're going to use the unlocking charm, Alo Amora. Okay, well, it is a live demo, so.
Tilt up your book so you can see down that hole.
Woo!
Tilt up your book so you can see down that hole.
Okay, so the incantation of this spell is Incendio, and now we're going to learn the gesture to cast the spell.
Incendio.
It's pretty simple, it's a Z shape.
Now you're ready to learn the wand gesture for this spell. Pull up the gesture diagram from the page. To cast the fire-making spell, draw a sharp zigzag shape in the air with your wand. Well done. Now I want you to make the gesture again. It's your new spell some more. Turn the page to move on.
Okay, and the book can create a safe environment for us to practice our spells in, and that's what's happening here.
This place is full of creatures. These paper pests can be a real nuisance, so make sure you get rid of them all with your fire-making spell. You're going to use your fire-flicking technique to burn away all the paper creatures. Ugh, creepy crawlies. Ugh, get rid of them. You'll need to cast Incendio again for this exercise. Well done. Aim carefully and see how many you can get rid of. Solid work. 5 house points. Ah, butterflies. Remember, this is just bewitched paper. Don't let me catch you trying this spell on the real thing. Nice wand work. You've got a talent for fire making. Please try not to hit classroom objects. They're expensive to replace. You certainly showed them. 5 house points. A fire-breathing paper dragon? Seems a bit practical. Very good. You've done it. 5 house points. Spectacular! You earned 15 house points.
So, well done, May. And as a reward, we have a note from the professor and a wizarding photo of one of our finest moments. Each chapter teaches a significant value required to become an accomplished wizard, and these are hidden in the conundrum. Pass the chapter's test to unlock it and discover one of a series of beautiful poems, each revealing a unique and witty tale of a Hogwarts student who did not live up to expectations. The Book of Spells captures the imagination in a way never seen before, and the first of many books to be released for your Wonderbook library. This is truly an amazing experience, developed in collaboration with one of the world's most inspiring authors, J.K. Rowling. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, Dave. We're obviously ecstatic about Wonderbook, but I think J.K. Rowling herself says it best. Wonderbook and Book of Spells demonstrate what is possible on the PlayStation platform, and it's only the beginning. We'll have much more to share with you before Wonderbook Book of Spells is launched this holiday. As Jack said earlier, the gaming industry today is one of the most vibrant and dynamic in the world. From home consoles to dedicated portable devices to smartphones and tablets, there are more ways to play games today than ever before. We've shown you tonight the amazing gaming experiences that PlayStation brings to PS3 and PS Vita. Very soon, we'll be bringing the PlayStation experience to Android tablets and smartphones in a major way through PlayStation Suite. We announced PlayStation Suite last year with the goal of bringing the world of PlayStation to open operating system-based portable phones and tablets. Our heritage in creating groundbreaking games will enable us to deliver the PlayStation entertainment experience to a much wider audience around the globe. In April, we made the PlayStation Suite open beta available to the development community, and the response has been nothing short of phenomenal. We now have the industry's next great developers creating PlayStation-certified games that you'll be able to play very soon. Sony Mobile Communications has taken a leading role in gaming in the mobile space, developing the first PlayStation-certified devices. We have many exciting certified phones coming to the market this year, and we look forward to working closely with Sony Mobile Communications. But because PS Suite is for open platforms, we announced last year our efforts to bring the PlayStation experience to more hardware manufacturers, broadening PlayStation-certified phones so that they can run these amazing games. I'm very pleased to announce today that HTC will be our first non-Sony group partner with which we'll share our PlayStation expertise. As an industry leader in the booming smartphone market, HTC is delivering some of the most innovative smartphone designs and experiences. This combination of engineering excellence and outstanding design aesthetic has led to this natural and groundbreaking partnership. PlayStation Suite is really about delivering the best possible gaming on mobile phones and tablets. And as such, we're also renaming PlayStation Suite to reflect mobility of the PlayStation experience among a wide range of devices. Beginning today, it will be called PlayStation Mobile. I'll leave you with one more thing tonight. It's that PlayStation is always thinking about the future. We understand that the way we game is changing, the way we play and interact, the way that content is delivered to you, and we're going to lead that future. Gaming and entertainment are in PlayStation's DNA. We continue to commit ourselves to delighting gamers across the spectrum with accessible, innovative, and extraordinary entertainment. Thank you very much for your time tonight, and I hope you're as excited as we are about the future. Thank you again.
Thanks, Andy. We've always focused on building the broadest content library available while creating the most immersive gaming experiences in the industry. In our house development team, it has 15 studios that together form the largest first-party exclusive content creators. Every year, their games sell millions of units and have produced some of the industry's biggest hits. Our next title comes from a franchise that has sold over 21 million units since it was introduced in 2005. And by now, most of you have seen a small slice of its multiplayer offerings. And we encourage you to enjoy some hands-on gameplay this week at the PlayStation booth. Tonight, Todd Pappy from the amazing team at Sony Santa Monica Studios is pleased to provide you a sneak peek at what's in store for one of the biggest and most epic releases on PlayStation 3.
I pay the price for my ambition.
our game studios?
God of War Ascension, March 12th, 2013.
This way! This way!
Did we lose him?
Yeah,
Well, we're not in the clear, right?
not while we're in this city.
I don't see anything.
Come on.
Hey, there's another one. These posters are everywhere.
Let's keep moving.
How are we getting to the bridge?
I don't know yet.
Whoa. This is fancy. You ever stay at a place like this? Before it all went to shit, I mean.
No, this is too rich for my blood.
Oh, bet it was nice.
Come on up.
Okay.
Watch your step.
Oh, shit. Fight. Took two of us to put him down.
Right. How many is that now?
Five just this week. Hey, I'm not complaining.
I bet you're not. We done here?
Got on the floor to check, man.
Check for what? I ain't seen a clip in a week.
Because we're thorough. We're gonna keep being thorough.
Oh, damn it.
Nothing.
You okay?
It's nothing.
Okay, now what?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh, man. Good job with all the, you know, killing and stuff.
Come on.
We should search these rooms.
Gunshots!
Yeah, I hear 'em.
All right, I got this.
Hey, be careful.
Keep it together.
He's in here!
Titles that demonstrate the groundbreaking creativity in the PlayStation family. 17 years into this adventure, and PlayStation continues to be the epicenter of gaming. As we leave E3, our one wish for all of you is that you never stop playing. Keep pushing us, keep driving us, and keep fighting for those groundbreaking experiences that made you a gamer. It's been our great privilege to bring them to you, and we'll continue to do everything in our power to raise the bar higher every year. To provide a home at the center of the gaming universe where gamers will always feel welcome and always feel challenged. The journey has been fun, but I promise the best is yet to come. Thanks very much.
Wow, mind is exploded.
I
That
love
was
it. They've
insane.
really focused on the games.
Yes, we're going to talk about all it. Hey,
Yes.
listen, just because Sony is done, that doesn't mean we are done here.
No,
not
it
by a
does
long shot.
not. Quantic Dream creative director David Cage joins us for a deeper look at Beyond, which is the newest game from the Heavy Rain developer, right after this.
So good.
I know.
G4's coverage of E3 2012 live PlayStation event is brought to you by Papa John's. Delivered by Papa John's. Earn free pizza with Papa John's rewards only at papajohns.com.
Okay, by far the most exciting moment of the event was today's gameplay footage from God of War Ascension.
So good. Get ready to see Kratos go to town on, well, pretty much everything and everyone in his way.
Yeah.
Here it is. Elephant murder. Amazing. Like we said, you know, in our pre-show, that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see God of War single player, and that's what we got in droves.
I really like that they let it breathe. They were not in any hurry. They let us really drink up the gameplay, and you got some really ecstatic, happy reactions from a generally quite jaded audience.
Yeah, well, epic blood splatter in high def across the giant screen, that'll do that.
They know what we want. All right, guys, stay tuned. We get more of The Last of Us and Beyond direct from their creators.
That's right. It's happening right after this, and it's all thanks to Papa John's. Stick around.
G4's coverage of E3 2012 live PlayStation event is brought to you by Papa John's. Delivered by Papa John's. Earn free pizza with Papa John's rewards only at papajohns.com.
All right, guys, get ready to go Beyond.
I'm ready. Please welcome creative director and founder of Quantic Dream, David Cage. David, excellent demo, sir. We were all anticipating what the follow-up would be. We saw the Karatech demo. You gave us Beyond.
And it was such a surprise.
Yes.
How did you keep it a secret?
Well, that was a lot of work. I mean, you know, keeping something secret in the industry is a big challenge. So.
But so what is the theory or the story behind Beyond?
Beyond is the story of a young girl called Jodie Holmes, and she has a link with an invisible entity. As far as she can remember, she always felt this presence around her, and this is really the story of her life, because the game takes place through 15 years of her life.
Now, she seems to have pissed off the SWAT team.
Yeah. How do you do that? I mean...
Well, I can't reveal too much about the story, but what I can tell you is that she can do a lot because of this power, because of this link with this entity. There's a lot she can do, and obviously she got into troubles for a reason or another.
Right. Well, I noticed that, you know, I would say the character themselves has powers, but maybe it's the entity that's using the powers on behalf of the character. But I saw things that looked like possession. I saw a police officer with his eyes glazing over white, and then it looked like he wasn't under control of himself. I saw what seemed to be some sort of bullet shield around the character. Can we reveal what these entity powers might be?
No.
Would I be remotely on target with what I saw in that trailer?
What I can say is that in Beyond, you will be in control of Jodie, this human character, but also in control of the entity. So there will be a lot of gameplay mechanics around this, but also a lot of storytelling around their relationship and how they grow together.
So when you are possessing people or creating a bullet shield, you're in control of that?
Yeah.
Yes, that's all I was going for. Thank you. Now, in terms of the actual gameplay mechanics, though, is this going to be like a Heavy Rain style game where we're heavily interacting with the environment and going through scenes that way?
The game is much more action-oriented than Heavy Rain was, and also this new mechanics with the entity is a totally new thing. Compared to Heavy Rain. But all the people who really enjoyed Heavy Rain, who like the storytelling, the emotion, the characters, etc., they will find something as strong and hopefully stronger and beyond.
Sure.
And we're going to have some choices to make in the game as well.
Oh, yes. Very important choices. You know, this game is about death. It's about what's on the other side, what will happen to us when we'll die. And depending on how you play, maybe you'll get some answers.
Now, you actually had a very impressive tech demo recently, and people were speculating that maybe that tech demo was actually going to be part of this game. Are they completely unrelated?
No, they are completely unrelated, as we explained at the time. I mean, this Kara demo was just a tech demo. We wanted to show what we could do with performance capture, which is the technology used by James Cameron on Avatar, capturing face, body, and voice at the same time in motion capture on a virtual character. So this is really what we did on Kara, and all Beyond will use this technology.
And you captured, you captured a very famous face for this game. You guys brought Ellen Page to the project.
Right.
Did she require coaching and guidance as to what a video game was, and then how this performance would be captured for the game, or did she get it right away?
Well, we worked a lot with Ellen. Actually, everything went very fast. We sent her the script. She really enjoyed the script, so we talked about performance capture. She knew about it, and we rehearsed a lot. We talked a lot about the character, and then we shot on stage. But the great thing about performance capture is that it's just acting. You just go on stage and you act.
Right.
You don't need to know anything special about games or whatever.
What element of the game are you most excited to share with gamers?
Ellen. Ellen's performance on stage has been absolutely amazing. I mean, this is something I've never seen in a video game before, and I'm really excited to show what she's done in this game, because it's really incredible.
Right before we went live, you shared an interesting statistic with us that I hope you can share. It speaks to, I think, the quality and the immersiveness of a Quantic Dream game. But you know, on average, gamers typically, 20-some-odd% of them finish a game. They start it, they actually finish it. With Heavy Rain, what was the completion percentage?
It was above 75%.
That's a huge discrepancy there. Why do you think that is?
It's all about story. I think people got really emotionally involved in the experience because of the story, because of the nature of the experience. It's really an emotional journey that we propose to the player, and I think they really enjoyed it. And when you start, you just want to see the end.
Certainly. Well, when do we get to see the beginning of Beyond?
The game will be released next year.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
David, really appreciate it. The game looks phenomenal. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, guys, up next, we're going to be joined by Naughty Dog's Bruce Straley and Neil Druckmann for a demo of the new zombie adventure game, The Last of Us.
That's right. There's more delicious Papa John's sponsored action right after this. David, really, thank you. All right, we got a taste of Naughty Dog's The Last of Us during Sony's presentation, and it was delicious.
It was, but that was just an appetizer. We want more, so let's get even deeper into the game with The Last of Us game director Bruce Straley and creative director Neil Druckmann. Welcome, guys. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. First of all, what a way to end the conference. I mean, congratulations. You guys capped it off in style with a shotgun to the face. Always lovely.
We've been on pins and needles this whole time, just waiting to get this demo out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks amazing, and everybody's saying, well, it's a post-apocalyptic zombie shooter. Is that fair?
It's really the story of Joel and Ellie. It's a story of survival. It's a story of the bond that they form over this journey that they go. They have to travel across the United States that has been devastated by this pandemic. But it's really about the journey that these two characters go on and the hardships that they have to face, but also the loyalty and the bond that they form.
Now, there is shooting. However, there was a lot of other very brutal combat.
Face into desk style. I saw that in there.
Exactly.
There was tiger style, crane style, and face into furniture.
What does it take to survive? You know, it's like your life is worth 3 bullets and a half a bottle of alcohol that's going to be like combined to make a health kit or some sort of bandage or something like that. Your life is nothing. So what are you going to do? What does it take? And taking down a man is not the easiest thing, you know?
Right. And we had to... The stakes have to be real for these characters, for you to buy into their journey, for you to buy into the threat that they're facing.
You have to believe that each and every enemy could be the end of your journey,
And that's how they view you as well.
Yeah.
But how do you
They're
animate
just trying to
it?
get survived.
How do you animate create that much variety in your attacks and your gameplay?
I mean, it's all part of our tech. You know, we've built on like an engine that is like 3 games into it now, and now we have whole new ways of blending different animations, blending different scenarios, contextual attacks based on the kind of environment that's around you or what weapon you pick up.
We've worked on a whole, the AI we're focusing on this balance of power. It's basically this idea that the groups of enemies can overwhelm the two of you, but you have to work together, and then the balance changes as the type of weapon that you pick up, the amount of ammo that you have, etc. And they're going to see what you have, and they're going to react appropriately. They're trying to survive. Right. They're doing whatever it takes. So it's going to be interesting to see that balance shift throughout the combat. And that then incorporates dynamic stealth, which is you want to be able to run from the combat, hide, break line of sight, and now use the environment to your advantage to take down these guys. As well as if you come check us out in the PlayStation booth, then you can see another way you can play this exact same scenario, and there's a lot of different strategies and opportunities.
And to that, you know, when you say that you have to take down these guys, I mean, we keep hearing zombies, there's this infection, it might be a fungus, it's a pandemic, but I didn't see any zombies in what we saw here. So is it clearly, it's humans versus humans, human versus zombies, zombies versus humans, like, I mean, who are the groups at play?
The infection is what sets up the world, what sets up the scenario. Early on, you hear the guys talking about they're looking for clickers. That's the word they use to describe the infected. Okay. So they're going, doing their rounds, clearing out their little camp, their area. Now, Joel and Ellie are just in their path, and they know that if they kill Joel, they could steal his supplies, steal everything he's been gathering. So the infected are there, they are present, but the focus right now is on these hunters, these other humans, these other survivors, willing to do whatever it takes to take down Joel and Ellie.
What we're trying to do is set up a world, a reality for Joel and Ellie to exist in, and we're trying to make you as the player feel the same thing that they do, moment to moment as a survivor. And we want you to feel that tension of somebody's coming after you, and at the same time we want to see like the beauty of nature reclaiming the earth and the and the abandonment of a world that we're familiar with. So it's the familiar and the unfamiliar. What was the question?
The infected.
It's late.
The infected are there.
Right. Yeah. So who are we killing and why, basically?
We actually want to see what mankind has become after this pandemic. Like, you know, we want to see the good sides of humanity and the bad sides of it. You know, like some people are going to unite. See how they are forming families and getting electricity back online, and these people, on the other hand, are going to basically.
So potentially, not everybody wants to take our face off in the game. There might be some friendlies intermixed with the enemy.
A world to explore.
Like Bruce was saying, you're going to see the best and worst of mankind.
Love it.
Are there going to be any sort of morally difficult choices that you're going to have to make?
No.
I mean, there's a lot of player choice even within this demo. You could skip this whole setup if you stealth through it and you don't have to fight any of these guys. Yeah, and like Bruce was saying, we have a backstage demo that we're going to show a whole new way of playing through this setup.
I prefer the one that ends with a shotgun to the face. I really like that. I'm sure there are many other ways to beat it, but perfectly gory ending to this.
So when are we going to be able to see the game and play it for ourselves?
For yourselves?
Yes, when do we get to play it for ourselves?
TBD. Not ready to announce the date.
TBD as in 2013, TBD as in...
Haven't announced yet.
Not yet. Not ready to talk about it.
Well, I can't wait. We all can't wait. Thank you guys so much for joining. The game looks incredible.
Thank you
Enjoy the rest of your E3. You guys deserve it. That was phenomenal.
Appreciate it.
That's Bruce Straley and Neil Druckmann. You guys can go to g4tv.com/Last of Us for more info. It looks awesome.
All right, coming up, more Piping Hot E3 coming to you live thanks to Papa John's.
Papa John's! It's right after this. It's the commercial-free Microsoft Xbox event that's coming up. It's filled with exciting looks at Halo 4 and the new smart glass technology. Ooh, sounds fancy.
It is fancy.
Stick around. What an epic, epic day it has been. So epic, in fact. We brought reinforcements.
Exactly.
Jessica Chobot, Blair Herder. You guys saw a ton of stuff today as well. You guys were over at Ubisoft holding things down. What did you see? What did you like? What did you love?
Well, I think it's important to clarify to people. I think the big software announcement at Ubisoft was Watch Dogs. A lot of people were like, oh, Assassin's Creed 3 demo? Oh, the conference isn't open? It's something else? But it's important to point out to you guys at home, that is a current generation title. That is not going to be on the next gen, although it was running, they said, on a high-end PC. So it may not look quite like that, but it's not really about what it looks like. It's about what was in the game. Looks like an amazing new IP, so we're really looking forward to more of that from Ubisoft in the future.
You, Jessica?
I was really into seeing Assassin's Creed 3. I think the Revolutionary War is a great area to have it staged in. I was all stoked about that. And then I came here and saw that now I'm going to be sailing the 7 seas and I'm on a damn boat.
You have
That's
cannon
awesome.
fights now.
Cannon fights! That is amazing.
You know, she always wanted to be a sea captain.
I do.
Oh, no, easy.
Yeah.
What about you?
I think that I really like how Sony really lingered on all of the games.
Yes, absolutely.
So, you know, we were kind of coming in here being like, what can Sony do to really separate themselves apart? And they really did separate themselves by letting us see minutes and minutes and minutes of God of War, for example. We saw a lot of Last of Us. You know, we didn't feel like we were just watching CG and in a hurry. So that was really cool.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
And on the other side of that argument, I thought Microsoft stole a lot of Nintendo's whimsy and thunder with their smart glass.
Absolutely.
I mean, here it's, you know, we all have smartphones, we all have tablet devices in our living rooms. Now they're going to play and interact with our consoles in an entirely new way. I mean, they might really own the second screen experience.
I think to quote somebody back at the office, it's the Ferrari to the Wii U's Corolla. Is what it was called earlier. I think there's a market for both, but like you said, I think people were not expecting that from Microsoft, and they did a great job of keeping that secret. And then really, I think showing up whatever Nintendo does tomorrow, they're really going to have to compare that to what Microsoft did today.
We've actually seen a lot of good secret keeping so far.
Absolutely.
You know, there's been a few leaks, but the fact that Beyond was totally kept a secret, I mean, that was pretty amazing. And
Watch
also
Dogs.
Smart Glass, Watch Dogs was
Dogs
totally
did look
secret.
incredible, yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, and to the Wii U's whimsy point, I mean, Nintendo made a big point on Sunday. They had a little online video where they said, look, everything you do is going to be internet connected. There's going to be a social aspect to every portion of the Wii U. I'm excited to hear more about that tomorrow.
Absolutely, and we did see something today over at the Ubisoft press conference. What people saw for the first time ever on our coverage was the Wii U in action for the first time. And Rayman Legends, it's a great new way to experience this. If you're into that sort of thing, we saw 4 people on stage having a hell of a time with the Wii U and then the Wii U Pro controller, which looks pretty familiar. But I think that people are really getting behind this software, and we can look forward to some.
It is hard on stage with the lights. We've had these issues before.
Yeah, that's all coming up tomorrow. Listen, if you guys thought this was all the E3 you're getting this year, well, you were wrong, my friends.
Yes, G4's week-long coverage of E3 is back tomorrow at 3 p.m. with the EA event, followed by 5 hours of awesome games right from the E3 conference floor.
That's right, we're going to get our hands on games like Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and God of War, which you saw here, God of War Ascension, break some news, and talk to the biggest names in the industry.
Now up next, we get a peek at the future of Xbox. Microsoft is all about to reveal all to E3. Keep on watching.
Thank you, guys.